do that. Okay.
Okay.
All right. But again, it starts with education.
Yeah,
I'm
the
going to,
trading thing really, it's total anxiety. Like even moving it to Exodus was like, I thought I was gonna have a heart attack just doing that.
well, what I'm saying is this is the whole purpose of decentralization so that you eliminate the middleman like John, what is it, Edward Jones, John Hancock, Fidelity.
Oh
All
yeah, I
of the
wouldn't do that. Yeah.
all of these people that are middlemen right now with the what? The NASDAQ, the S&P, and the Dow Jones, right? So what you're basically doing is you're paying somebody that you don't really necessarily know very well. You just know that they run under this banner. So everybody is recognizing the name and figuring that it's safe. Is it
Right.
really? Do you stand over that person's shoulder every time they make a trade for you? No, you don't. You just look for what you're supposed to get APY.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? And
Hmm.
we already know putting your money in a savings account, that's just a piss off, right? And you
Yes.
should be really angry about it because they've been doing that to you for how many years? Okay.
Hmm.
So there's a lot of
I
money.
put some in gold and silver too.
That's smart. That's
Yeah.
smart. That's a good step. How you doing, Dan? Good evening.
Hanging in there. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing okay. We have a guest here, and I didn't even
Hi,
ask her name. What was it?
Terry.
Terry. This is Terry.
Hey, Terry. How you
Her
doing?
husband brought her to the facility, so this is her very first time.
Right on.
So
Yeah.
yeah.
So, Terry, I let Ernest know. I got just about like 3.5 hours of sleep last night. I had a sick dog that I was dealing with, and so I'm dragging the night. So I just joined remotely.
Oh, no problem, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she seems to be one of the 5% participation rate out of 100% participation rate in the crypto space. Okay.
Nice.
So I often tell people that's a good and a bad thing, right? Everybody's talking about, oh, well, in 2009, I could have got three Bitcoin for 1 penny. Yeah, that's true. But we also learned that crypto is here to stay because it's going into the 14th year. So that takes away all of the suspects of possibly being hacked. And Dan is also in cybersecurity, so that's one of his main jobs that he does. So he's very knowledgeable in that area. We both are because we understand the language, right? I think that that's the advantage that we get because we work with developers, programmers, and most of it's just code and programming anyway. You just have to know how to do it. So for someone brand new, it can be intimidating for them, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. Long story short, there's 95% of the world that doesn't even own any crypto.
Oh,
So guess
wow.
what? Don't even feel bad about it, right? See, they don't even own it, and you know why? It's because they refuse to educate themselves.
Yeah.
Most of them don't
That
even.
does take a lot though.
Well,
I had to listen to crypto banter for like
Well,
quite a long time.
I follow Quinto Banter when he was actually traveling and
Oh,
going to these events. That's how much of history I have with him. I follow all of the podcasters. One, they're important. Two, they're consistent. Three, they're not experts, financial planners, or anything like that.
no.
They just tell you the experiences that they have. And I
Hmm.
tend to listen to them because they're constantly doing it every day. I have a
Exactly.
handful of people. I have also a separate page than the Meetup group here that we've been doing now. I think Dan's been with me for 3 years. We're going on to 6 years of doing this. Okay,
Wow.
me and my previous partner, Kyle Weiss, which I'm involved in technology with, Wi-Fi, phone, TV, cable, all of that. We work in that industry as well. So, we have bought this smorgasbord to our community, and it has really grown globally based on streaming on Zoom. Okay. And we've had people from Canada, we've had people from Seattle, we've had people chime in from Oregon, California. You'd be surprised. And some very intelligent people that we've had the blessing of meeting over the years, even if they've only had a certain amount of knowledge. Okay. But they're
Hmm.
knowledgeable in other areas. Some of them have done their own financial planning. Some of them are retired financial planners, but they don't understand because they're not educated in it. But if they stay plugged in, they will. It's just like
Hmm.
anything that you do, you got to stay
It
plugged in.
is.
Okay.
It
If you're lazy,
is.
if you're not disciplined,
No.
if you're not consistent,
I know. I'd be sitting
it,
there on my sewing machine. I'd have Bitcoin thing. I have the banter guys. I've been trying to sew and
Well,
do
see,
that.
that's
So
good. Well,
I,
that's
I'm
good.
into
That's
it.
good.
Yeah.
You're into it. So
Yeah,
that's how it
yeah.
works.
I was doing the same with nutrition. I did that for a few years. And then I like,
Exactly.
I want to get into this Bitcoin thing. So yeah.
Well, this Bitcoin thing is what you want to get involved in because it's going to help you to successfully build wealth without being tracked by the IRS. There's multiple things you need to learn. You need to learn the difference between decentralization and centralized. Centralized banking is connected to banks. Now think about it.
Yeah.
You know, you
yeah,
heard
yeah.
the story about the island, how the top 2% of the world, the Johnsons and Johnsons and the BMWs and all of these traditional family names or businesses
Mhm.
or products or services that have been around for a long time. And the only people that can actually dance with them is the people that have enough money to do so.
Mhm.
But everybody can dance. It's just how much of the elephant do you want to bite off at a time? Are you patient? If you're patient, you will get there.
Mhm.
I don't care if it takes you 1 year, 2 years, or 6 months.
Mhm.
It just depends on how plugged
Oh,
in
I'm
you
really
educate
patient.
yourself.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And that's the whole thing
Yeah.
of this. It's just another plan B or plan C because we all just learned that the whole entire world shut down and told us to stay home,
Right.
told us not to drive, told us not to
I
go
was against
anywhere.
all that.
You know what I mean? Well, the point is the reality of it is it can happen at any given moment, and you
And
don't
they
have
can
any.
close those borders just like that.
Right. So, what is the big problem with the current financial system? They want to know how much money you got at all times.
Right. It's getting worse that way, isn't it?
It sure is, especially when you're dealing with Coinbase. I don't know so much about Binance, but anybody that has to
Coinbase,
report to the
yes.
United States IRS.
Coinbase gave me a little thing in an email going, oh, here's your thing. You can tell the government. I don't want to tell the government. I don't know.
Well, the point is because those are custodial wallets, meaning they can only be used to convert your paper money to crypto. And if they convert to fiat currency from crypto,
Yeah.
they're obligated to report your financial situation with the IRS.
Right.
Okay. So these are things that people are missing. It's there, but they're not in a group of people that know the terminology and they can ask these questions and get some guidance. Okay. The IRS, only thing they can do, they have legislation that they put in there about 7 to 8 months ago, the senators or say Congress, about making these entities that make a ton of money. Let me not forget that, because without an exchange, you can't convert your paper money. So they already got you over a barrel. Okay. Now you have to know that it's a custodial wallet, meaning that you don't want to leave a lot of crypto there. You only want to convert enough paper money into crypto so you can move it to other wallets.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? You never, and I'm gonna tell you that story because I had a girl almost a year ago, and she's gonna have some problems. You know why? She's caregiver for her child. She's also on disability. She almost lost $270,000 on Coinbase till she found me on my Google listing and said, hey, I need help. So I said, calm down. I said, come on Monday. We'll take a look at it. I said, you haven't lost anything. She shared enough information with me that I knew that she hadn't lost anything yet. But the biggest mistake was that she panicked. It was a good panic because she needed to secure her money, $270,000 in crypto, various cryptos.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. In Coinbase, no doubt.
I got some in Coinbase too.
Well, you're gonna have to.
I can move it to Exodus.
Yeah, well, that's what you want to do. You don't want.
But you know what? I take it out of Exodus and then it costs a whole bunch of
It's
money.
always going to be a fee. That's why eventually you want to get to a platform where there is no fee. But anytime you move it off of any other platform but your cold storage wallet or your trust wallet, that's what Exodus is. Exodus is basically a trust wallet that holds multiple coins.
Yeah.
Okay. You probably already know that.
Yeah.
But again, it's a little safer than Coinbase. Okay. But I would still hold the bulk if you have multiple cryptos on your cold storage wallet. You have control of it at all
You
times.
mean that ledger thing?
The ledger, that's your bank.
But it's a ledger asset, it only holds 4.
Well, it doesn't matter. You can always upgrade later, but get it directly from the company. Don't get it on eBay. Don't get it on Amazon.
Oh, no.
You want it to come directly from the company. Think
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah, I think I
Because-
did. I'm
okay,
pretty sure
well,
I
I'm
did.
just
I think
advising you
my
be-
friend told me
Okay,
that.
I'm
Yeah.
just advising you that that's what you want to do.
Yeah.
You don't want to do anything else, because if that's sold on eBay, somebody else probably already has a program, sends it to you, and as soon as you got, just telling you stuff to keep you
Yeah,
safe.
he
Because
told
this
me
is
that
this
too,
is what
yeah.
is all. This is what it really is all about: knowing what to do, how to do it, and when to do it. Having a reliable source. You can reach out to me and Dan by email anytime directly, because you can become a member of our site. Just become a member.
I
And
will.
we communicate that way,
Oh,
and we
good.
know, and we don't want anything from you. We just want you not to get beaten up on. You see what I'm saying? Because you'll appreciate that later down the road, because you connected with people that have your best interests.
Mhm.
We
Well,
don't-
well, how
we-
do you guys get paid? I
We don't
mean,
get paid. We just basically do it because we are hobbyists and we love doing it and we love directing people. We do pay a monthly fee for it. I mean, people can certainly donate to our site if they want to. We haven't set up anything because, we just want people to be educated when we started this thing.
And how long's this been going for?
We've been
years?
we've been doing this for 6 years, meetup groups, yeah. And I also have my own Facebook page. Well, because I'm all in. You see what I'm
Oh,
saying?
man.
So, if
I'm
I'm
way
all,
behind.
if I'm all in, then you don't have to, what we bring to the table is experience,
Yeah.
personal experience. We're going to tell you the truth. We don't get anything out of it. We don't charge for it. And people say we could. Yeah, we probably could. But we rather you know how, because you're going to stay in contact with us as you move along in your journey. Okay, and you'll know that you have some people that you can trust. We're not here to take anything from you. Or we would put that out there. Okay, what's going to cost you whatever? Now I have my own personal opportunities that I'm personally vetted in, but I only share that if people want to know about it. Okay, it's what I do, what I've settled into doing, and what I currently do now. Okay, Bitcoin is going to go up and down. Okay, it just does that.
Oh, yeah, I noticed that.
It's
Yeah.
very volatile. It doesn't matter whether it's the top 12 cryptos out there. Then you got a bunch of junk. 98% of the altcoins are junk.
Oh.
And you'll learn about that process too, because what is the scalability? What does it provide for the global market?
Hmm.
You see what I'm saying? Others.
They all seem like exchanges and this and that.
Well, you have to have an exchange just like you have to have a bank.
Hmm.
You cannot convert your paper money, doesn't matter where you live. And, I have the most flexible crypto card in the world. 4 of the top currencies in the world can be converted to crypto from this one card. Okay, so that's my opportunity. There's several of them out there, but I know all about them. I have a treasure too. I have a treasure, the digital one. I got that when Ethereum became popular before, now the gas prices are
Yeah, I got it.
off the roof. Well, that's fine, because there's opportunities that you can invest that passively if you choose to. We'll talk about that another time.
Mhm.
Only thing here today is I'm just kind of filling you out. You found us because obviously you have still more questions about this niche,
Mhm.
this
I'm kind
sector.
of alone in this
Yeah.
world.
Well,
yeah.
you're not alone anymore, because
Well,
there's a-
yeah, no,
there-
that's
well, there's a
true.
lot of us here locally that are involved.
Mhm.
It's just that you don't hear about it necessarily unless you're part of my page. Like my Facebook page, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 6
Six what?
meta business pages, which is the parent company of Facebook now. So I have 6 meta businesses on Facebook. But I also have a community page I'm going to pull up for you right now.
I'm on Facebook.
Yeah, well, you just
I
sent me-
wasn't
Well,
until
send- well,
COVID, but now.
Well,
I am.
people that tell me they're not on Facebook, I'm gonna tell them, hey, join the party, because you're gonna be missing out on a whole lot, because there's certain types. Now, this is my community page on Facebook. It's the
Mhm.
American Bitcoin and Cryptocurrency Center. So when you look for that logo, write down my name, and then
I
when
got your name.
you got my name, Ernest M. Roberts.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you search for me on Facebook, Ernest M. Roberts. Okay, you'll see me, orange tie.
Yeah.
You've already probably done all that part, but this is my personal page, and I post you mentioned Crypto Banter.
Mhm.
He's a solid dude. He knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, my friend likes
Okay,
it.
so this is my Meta business page. All you see on there is all about Bitcoin. Okay,
Oh, okay.
that's the American Bitcoin and Cryptocurrency Center, and this page has been up for 6 years, as well as Meetup. It's $35 a month for any Meetup group. It can be on any topic. Okay, so you can see if you go to this page and like my page. Now, what I do is I pin on here. This is not for you to use my page to promote your business opportunity. Create your own page. Why are you going to come to my page I built for 6 years? Because you know there's a lot of people on there that's following me, because you see me all over social media. So you figure, oh, well, I like his page, but I'll just post my crap on it. Oh, no. I monitor it every day. And I reach out to you and say, thank you for liking my page, but it wasn't for this purpose of you promoting your business opportunity. This is my community business page, and that's a foul. If you do it again, I will remove you, block you. You will not have any access to anything that belongs to me.
So like promote yourself?
Well,
in
what they do,
way?
they'll say they'll like my page, and then they'll promote their crypto opportunity.
Oh,
Oh yeah, and it's on WhatsApp or whatever, the phone number. So and so helped me to make all this. Oh no,
oh, wow.
this well, I'm
I guess
telling you,
people
you
do
think
that.
well, you know, there's a ghetto in the world, right? The United States. Well,
There's
be careful.
one here.
Be careful on these internet streets, is what I call them,
Mm.
because you know what? If they hide, if the freaks come out at night, do you think that they don't come out on the internet? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Because you don't know them. You don't have, unless you bet them. Like when people send me stuff all the time, I got probably 100 people friend requesting me every day. So make sure you let me know.
Yeah, that's a weird friend request thing.
Well, no,
These
it's
people
not.
don't even know me. Who are they up doing?
Well, no, a lot of times Facebook suggests that you be their friend based on their profile. So that's what they try to do. Social media is to create community, create relationships. And some of them are so clever. You know, some of these ladies, they come at me so much, you know, they say, oh, blah, 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 blah. What do you do? Blah, blah, blah. Already red flag, red flag, red flag, red flag. I've been doing this a long time. If you send me a friend request, when it comes up, it tells me whether we're friends on Facebook or not. You can send me a messenger because you're connected to someone that is a friend of mine, but you don't know how long they've been a friend, and you don't know how long they've been on my page. I just haven't had time to get rid of some people because they send me a friend request. Oh, how you doing? What you doing? And I'm saying to myself, oh, you should already know this if you're vetting me. I'm all over social media, including LinkedIn. Everything I do, all the schooling, education is on LinkedIn. I have an Outlook account. I've had it ever since I went to college, started college.
LinkedIn?
LinkedIn.
That's that other,
That's
another site.
that's no say that's that other page. That's a business page. Business people looking to hire, and if you're looking to hire someone, that's what it is. That's the only people on LinkedIn.
Just
You won't
looking
find
for hire.
they're looking for hire. They're sharing.
So if my husband was
opportunities.
looking for a job, I'd look there, LinkedIn.
Yeah, well, yeah, have him get on LinkedIn and create a LinkedIn page. He can upload his resume, and businesses will send him information on his skill set if
I
he's
never
looking
knew
for
that.
work. Okay, LinkedIn, that's what
Okay.
LinkedIn is for. It's
I
for
will check that out.
professionals. Okay.
He lost his job during COVID, and he had a job for over 30 years, and they just.
You know what? But you know what? He's not the only one.
Yeah.
That's why I said plan B is very important. That's why when you have a husband and wife team, they should be one, and they should be supporting each other. So now you have an opportunity to learn a lot of this niche while your husband's looking for work, and maybe even get him more involved, because if he looks at a couple of videos I have, he might want to just, I got a girl, single parent mom, bedridden for 4 years, and she started this journey like 6 years ago. She signed up over 1,000 people passively, and I think she's probably making $20,000-$30,000 a year in this passive opportunity that I introduced her to.
Wow.
Okay, it's the
That would be
new,
nice.
it's the new Bitcoin. In other words, for about $4 grand, you can get 1 million G999 coins trading on every coin exchange right now. Write it down, G and 3 nines. Okay, I call it G999. And I'm going to share this with you because you sound like someone that's really trying to get an opportunity. Okay, but you're doing good. Don't get me wrong. You're doing fabulous. I'm telling you, I'm very impressed because most people from Bellingham don't have the information that you have. We do have a strong gathering of people that have been to this meeting many, many times, and they know who I am. They know who Dan is, and they know who Kyle is because we started this thing. Okay, and we wanted to educate our community on it. And people just be honest with you. People are just lazy. Just being honest with you. It's like, what do you do, Ernest? I work, you know what? I'm a crazypreneur. I'm my own boss. I'm my own business owner, but I just own my job. I get to choose what 16 hours of the day I wish to work while I'm building my passive income. Okay? Because I have a why. 6 grown kids, 3 grandkids. That's my why. And I grew up in the ghetto, single parent mom, 8 kids, and I've never met my father ever in my life. So when I hear people make excuses, I just kind of try to make sure I can give them some empathy. But dude, you don't want me to play a Brian song for you, do you? You don't want to hear about my journey, do you? Because if you heard my journey and I'm standing here talking to you the way that I am, you would shake your head and say, Ernest, how do you care about anybody? But it's not about me. It's about the skill set and gift that I was given. I'm a connector, I'm a communicator, and I'm not shy.
No, I can see that you're a good communicator and you're not shy.
You know what I'm saying? I'm confident in who I am. Doesn't matter what everybody else thinks, because if they've not been around me long enough to know me, I don't worry. I don't sweat about that stuff. You know what I mean? I've been here for 64 years, whether people can believe it or not. I've been on this planet for 64 years. And
63 for me.
You see what I'm saying? So I would have never thought that. See, I would have given you probably, I was thinking maybe mid-50s or something, but so, well, that's what I say to people when they tell me, Ernest, go stand in the corner.
You didn't look that old.
You know what I mean? They say, Ernest, dude, I'm 80-some years old. Oh, you're a pup. No, look at him. I said, damn, when am I going to stop being a pup? No. All my life I've been being told that. But, it's how you live in. I've been through hell and back, but I still got a smile on my face. I still care about people because I know inherently people are good. But I just know that people are broken. And there is no blueprint. That's what I've learned in my journey. There's no blueprint. My mom didn't have no blueprint. Her parents didn't have no blueprint. That's where the brokenness came. But when it came to me at 16, I said, I got to stay here? No, I'm out of here. The best thing I ever did in my entire life. Now, was it a bowl of cherries along the road? No.
I guess not, especially at first.
You know what I'm saying?
Kind of like me at first with Bitcoin.
You know what I'm saying? But, I had to do it eventually anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, so
you did it early.
I did it early and I dealt with the consequences. And yes, I was very, very stubborn. But I have a life coach. I have a therapist that helped me to heal from the past. I really needed that. Wow. I always had a big heart for people. You know what I mean? But I had to guard my heart because people try to take advantage of it. Right?
Yes.
When you're
I know
kind,
what that's like.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I could be hard. It wasn't hard for me to be hard, but I just still saw good in people. And I knew that that wasn't what he wanted me to be like. I don't care what everybody's truckle is. If they want to believe, they can believe or not believe. But I believe. And I believe because that's why I'm still alive. I don't care what nobody says. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for a creator. None of us would. And people forget. You know what? He don't care either because he first loved you. And until your last breath, you have a chance to submit. Because it's a personal journey. It's really a heart issue. He's knocking on the door of your heart. He's already knocked on mine. But I had to clean up my heart because he's pure. He can't dwell in impurity.
Mm-hmm. I have a good heart.
You know what I mean? I can tell.
Yeah, I was brought up pretty good. I didn't leave till 27. I didn't want to leave. I had to get out.
Well, hey, my kids, they're out.
Oh, yeah. You said get out too? Oh, well.
Well, inadvertently, there was a lot of time I missed with my children that I regret. And it was because of the struggle with my mom. And I didn't speak to my mom for 40 years. And I had to go get some help. And then I started to heal. And I'm healing every year, especially at Mother's Day. And I miss my mom now. She never told me she loved me, but she told everybody else. Why don't you be like your big brother? He just went out on his own and made a life for himself. I know he's had struggles, but he never reached out to me one time because I realized that she's given me or been a part of giving me life. The rest
Very
is up
good.
to me. So that's what I did. I just, hey, been some good days, been some bad days, but I still got a smile on my face for everybody, even my enemies. Say, keep your enemies close. So, anyway. Anyway, but
Maybe you do.
yeah, like I said, so when you join me on Facebook, you'll have access to my Facebook. You have access to all of these other groups that I have. I have two online wireless stores. I have a physical location here. I provide internet, phone, TV, solar panels. I'm a part of the big three. We're authorized dealer for all of those entities. So phone, cable, internet,
You
security.
do that too?
Yep.
It's all part of the.
I'm also North America Director for all of our technologies. So what do? We do web development and application development for Android and iOS phone.
Wow.
So yeah, it's all education.
That's really great.
Well, that didn't happen until I was 55. I finished high school at 55 and went on to finish 2 degrees before I was 60.
Wow.
Because I wanted to.
Dedication.
Well, no, just because I wanted to.
Whoa.
Why can't I?
Yeah. Well, you can pretty well do anything online nowadays.
Yeah, I can do everything online. I repair computers. I do all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. I pretty well got all my knowledge about Bitcoin online. Mostly.
Well, now it's good to now refine it because a lot of people find information online, but are they following the right people? Okay.
I got mine spread all over the place. I couldn't get into that. Binance. I couldn't get into that one, but I got Coinbase and Crypto.com.
Binance is trying to. They're having some legal issues right now.
Oh.
And one of the other altcoins created that issue, and I think they're going to win. So all of the Binance thing is going to change. Right now, they had a Binance USA. But the problem is the company is outside of the United States. And they're using VPNs.
Oh, okay.
VPNs are good, but if you are working with a crypto company that's promising you percentages and they're not legally operating under the Security and Exchange Commission, this is what happens. When they shut down, when they get that letter from the Security and Exchange Commission, it's a cease and desist order. When you get that cease and desist order, that means you got to stop operating that crypto entity in the United States. So unless you have some big money behind your pockets to fight the United States government, most of them just bail.
Oh boy. Wow.
Now, these entities are still working outside of the United States, but if you can't convert anything, that's the problem. The opportunities I'm involved in right now, instant liquidity. If you don't have instant liquidity and you're telling me I got to wait for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month to get my crypto, I don't do business with them.
Oh.
That's a real, put that down, red flag.
Yeah, wow. Well, a Coinbase isn't bad like that.
Well, I'm not talking about Coinbase. If you're going to stay in this game, there's going to be other people that are going to try to reach out to you and share an opportunity. You need to make sure that you're knowledgeable of that. And if you're working in this with me, I'm going to make sure that you don't get tagged like that because I've been there before. I'm just telling you what not to do, what not to get involved in. And if you want to know something, reach out to me and Dan. Now, Dan is strictly a hodler. Most people in crypto are.
I am too.
2009, you could get 3 Bitcoin for 1 penny. Can you imagine? April of last year, Bitcoin was 58,000. It actually pushed 70,000. And guess what? The next halving, which is coming up in 2.5 years, that means it's going to split the Bitcoin again. Okay, and then it's going to skyrocket again. It does it every 4 years. So there's your, what do they call it? Your 401k.
I don't get that.
I'm just saying, there's your
I see
there's your positive 401k.
I get $50 taken out of my account every month, goes straight into Coinbase.
Well, see, you're trusting Coinbase.
I know.
And you shouldn't do that. I'm just going to tell you because as long as you hold that money in Coinbase, Coinbase will report it to the federal government.
Oh,
The
okay.
whole idea is to be anonymous.
Oh, shit.
That's okay, no big deal. You can move it.
Yeah,
You know.
but should I move it to Exodus? I mean,
I would move.
what about Coin Panel? There's all these other ones. It's
Okay,
like,
well, I'm gonna say to you, use Coinbase. I tell people that have never been in crypto before to use Coinbase because it's user friendly.
yes.
But I still tell them only use Coinbase to convert whatever amount and be very careful about the amount because they're going to charge you a fee. If you're moving $100, it's going to charge you a fee. So you might as well move 500.
Usually I deal in
You see what I'm
that
saying?
kind,
Because
yeah.
otherwise you're losing.
Yeah, well, mostly I deal with Coinbase Pro, and if I do, I have both. So I transfer
I'm telling
everything
you,
to Pro,
I'm
and then
trying
I
to get you
do
to
that.
understand that those exchanges are only to convert the amount of fiat you want to convert to crypto. Let me say that one more time.
Yeah,
These exchanges make a
Fiat.
lot of money converting your paper money to crypto. You can't be in the crypto space without converting paper money.
hmm
So they make money. And if you start spending too much money and holding too much money in their custodial wallet, they're going to report it to the IRS.
okay.
Okay. If it's over $600, they're going to report it.
Ugh,
Okay.
yeah.
So what I'm saying is just like insurance, if you move it to another wallet, there is no taxable event.
Okay.
Okay.
You mean my ledger?
When you move it to your ledger, your cold storage wallet, your little thumb drive that you plug into your device, okay?
Oh,
when
there's
you-
another way that you can
Well,
do
there's
it,
another way to
thumb
do it.
drive,
Well, I'm just
right.
saying, well, however you do it, you do not want to keep lots of crypto on Coinbase. I don't care if it's Coinbase Pro, I've heard all of that. That's just giving them the green light to keep track of your money for the government.
Okay,
If they want to continue to function, they have to do it.
okay.
Okay, so I'm just telling you. I'm not telling you to be funny or nothing like that. I'm
Yeah.
telling you only use exchanges to convert paper money. Okay, you got a set amount of money in your bank account connected to your Coinbase. You want to make sure that you're buying enough of it and then moving or purchasing whatever crypto that you want and moving it to your cold storage wallet. You have control over it.
Okay.
Okay, not Coinbase. Somebody, if the government decides to shut down Coinbase, guess what?
I know. I started getting worried about this war and the cyber attack.
Anytime it's centralization attached to it, you don't want to do it.
Okay.
Decentralize, like DeFi savings accounts,
Mhm.
tokenized commercial real estate, metaverse, ecosystems that provide services in the crypto space, even making encrypted phone calls and texts. We have that. We have the only flexible a crypto card in the world, GS Lifestyle. That's a pro, and that's all in one smorgasbord. You don't got to go nowhere else. You want to trade? We got a trading platform. It's called gstrade.exchange. That's your Coinbase, carrying the top 12 cryptos, and you put your crypto in there. That blockchain is built to your email address. Nothing happens in that account unless you initiate it. If you don't confirm the email, guess what? It expires. Everything done there is tracked on your blockchain. That's another
GS
opportunity.
Lifestyle?
That's the GS Lifestyle card. I haven't introduced you to it yet, but I'm going to give you the white paper. Okay, write this down.
Okay.
www.g999main, all one word, g999main.net.
Okay.
And you look that up, it's going to tell you about our telecom, about our media, about our Lydian world, about our GS Lifestyle card, about GS Partners, the opportunity in GS Partners. Now, this is one of these things that was shared with me by two women that I truly respect. We were doing a Tron thing with MetaMax. We just installed MetaMax for our smart contracts. Let's put it like this. We have everything they have, but they don't have everything that we have. And we have it in now time. Instant liquidity. As soon as you share it with someone and they go in there and do what they're going to do, you make money. Crypto right away.
Really?
Every time they swipe their card, guess what? No more merchant split between Visa or between MasterCard and the merchant.
Hey, hey, Ernest. Sorry to interrupt you, buddy. I'm dragging over here, man. I made you.
I thought you had already dropped, brother.
Man, I might have fell asleep there for a minute. Nothing against you. I'm just so
Okay.
tired today, man.
All right, brother, go to sleep. We got it's on the.
Yeah. You guys sound like you're having a great convo. So, if you want to leave the Zoom running and get the recording that way, if you guys do, cover anything that other people might want to.
Yeah, go ahead and leave it up. Make me host, brother. And you go ahead and.
I made you the host. So just feel free to end the meeting when you want, and it should just record to my cloud in Zoom.
Okay.
Cool.
All
Thanks
right,
a lot, man. And, it was Terry, right?
Yeah.
Hey, it was really nice to kind of meet you, Terry. Maybe hopefully I'll see you in person next month.
Okay. Thanks.
Take
Bye.
care.
Good night.
All right, brother. All right, I thought he had already dropped off. So
did I.
so look at that white paper. Write down my email address so that you have
Okay.
it. Okay, and my phone number. Roberts. So it's EROBERTS. B as in boy, I as in ink, Z as in zebra @gmail.com.
What?
Okay.
E. Roberts.
Yeah, so first initial Ernest, E, and last
E.
name is Robert, so
Yeah.
Robert with an S.
Yeah, I got
Then
that.
add B,
B.
I,
I.
Z
Z.
@gmail.com.
@gmail.
Phone number 360-506-8150. Text me, hey Ernest, met you at the blah, blah, blah. Have some questions and I can connect with you. Shoot me an email, then I have your email address and then I can send you some information and you can process it directly from the email.
Okay.
And remember, no obligation, but this is a school that educates you in blockchain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I like it.
There's a $33 a month subscription USDT. So that's $33 USDT. That can be Bitcoin, it can be Ethereum, or it can be Tether. We use Tether because why? It holds 100% of its value because what is it? A stable coin. You need to learn the difference between a stable coin and a non-stable coin, okay? Tether is USDT. So it holds 100% of its value so that we have people that want to trade, if they make profit on their Bitcoin or whatever they're trading, convert it to Tether. Why? Because Tether, you're going to get a wallet on your back office if you choose to join. The $33 subscription gets you a $28 NFT, and our NFTs are off the chain. I'll show you some in a minute. Okay.
So $33 a month?
It's a subscription. Okay. And people say, well, what do I get for my $33? And I said, oh my goodness, red flag. If you take your girlfriend and her friend to McDonald's, how much are you going to spend for garbage food?
$33.
Hey, you'd be surprised. McDonald's ain't what McDonald's used to be. I remember when a Big Mac was 25 cents. You're paying for a drink and some fries, you're paying like $9 times 3.
Yeah.
Is it healthy for you?
No.
See what I'm saying?
I haven't
So,
been there for a long
and I
time.
tell people, do you have a Netflix account? Oh, do you have Amazon? Oh, are you on social media? What are you doing on social media? How you doing, Conan, sir? All right.
Hi.
And you?
I didn't sign in. I didn't know I was going to be able to get here.
Well, that's okay, no problem. It's all good. Yeah, well, you're always welcome. We do this every first of the Monday of every month. We do a Bellingham Meetup group. We've been doing it for about 6 years. We have some fabulous people in the community in Canada, Oregon, California, people that actually chime in over the past 6 years from various places throughout the United States with the curiosity of crypto. Okay, so that's all we do here. We share all things crypto. We share with brand new people. We get to discuss with people who has crypto, who doesn't have crypto, what questions they may have, what part of crypto they may be curious about. You know, some people want to mine. Okay, you know, you can mine if you want. You know, some people, you know, want to do it through a company, cloud-based or whatever. Some people want to buy a Raspberry Pi and hook it up, all the hardware, and do all of the stuff themselves, right? That's basically staking. That's basically a master node, creating a master node that's running 24/7 off your power, okay? Or your PC or your Mac. You know, once you set it up, you just have to learn how to set it up. And it runs all the time, and you don't want to turn it off because it's staking and minting coins for you. Now, that could be Bitcoin, that could be Litecoin. A lot of people don't realize that, you know, I got lots of friends during the wintertime that use their old 386 computers and mine Litecoin from their house. So there's their heat during the wintertime.
I'm definitely into staking. I really
Mhm.
want to do
Is there
that.
a Zoom going on now, or-
Well, yeah, we're in a Zoom, and my other partner just signed out because he's also into cybersecurity. So he was very tired. He got about 3.5 hours sleep. So,
Oh, okay.
you know, me and Dan have degrees in computer science. So in order to understand the language, you must learn the language, is what I tell people. The wealth of all of this is the blockchain. I told people that in 2009, and I tell people today, that's the wealth. As I shared with this lady here, it's a 5% participation rate globally. What does that tell me? Well, that tells me only 5% of the people in the world are owning crypto. That means 95% of the world doesn't own any crypto. That's a good and a bad problem. It's a bad problem from the perspective of the integrity of the developer of these projects out there. Okay? If they have integrity, leadership in a lot of these opportunities are very important. There's a lot of opportunities out here that have tremendous leadership. But for someone brand new green, you know, that just says, hey, I'm gonna go, I don't, you know, anyone trying to win, I do not knock it. The best thing you can do is to get started. You're not gonna learn anything until you do. It's not gonna go anywhere. It hasn't gone anywhere in 13 and a half years.
You don't think it's going to die out or anything? It's been around since you.
People thought they missed the wagon in 2009 when you could have got a Bitcoin, 3 Bitcoins for 1 penny. And there's a lot of people that, and I told a lot of people, he said, there's I don't know what you're talking about. That geek stuff, you know, gamer stuff. You know, I mean, that's how people actually responded to it. Okay, I understand.
A lot of people don't even like the computer. Like I'm one of those kind of
A
people.
lot of people that tell me, well, I'm too old to learn the computer. Well, I finished high school in 2 degrees in computer science at the age of 15, before the age of 60. So when people tell you you can't do something, I guess that's a problem. If you listen to people, you should be listening to yourself.
Mhm.
What's your self-talk telling you? You know, a lot of people have an opinion. A lot of people got to go to the bathroom too.
Yeah, I was
Right.
real old school. I had to learn all that stuff and try to figure out everything I did on Coinbase was like, well, I better look it up.
And you
And
want
I
to.
figured it out.
Yeah,
you know.
exactly. That's how you do it. You want.
Tutorials or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Oh yeah. I mean, if
See
you've
the
never
what?
been in
You watch
crypto,
the tutorials on YouTube?
Oh, I do.
yeah, I follow
For
all.
months and months.
I follow all of it on this
And
on
over
this
and
site
over
here.
the same one. Oh, stop it.
And I have all those
Write
people
down.
right here on this site, the American Bitcoin and Cryptocurrency Center for 6 years, all the podcasters. Banter, I was following Banter when he was traveling to all of the Bitcoin events. And then COVID hit, and so he created a channel. And this guy, he doesn't mess around. He's got like 6, 7K people on a stream at a time. And he rewards them if he hits 5. You know, and he's got some other good people that are very knowledgeable about all the candles for those that want to trade and all that. So
That's
it's a
right, yeah.
smorgasbord,
Mhm.
but it's an education. I tell people, yep, you can get online and find opportunities depending on how much money you're spending out of your pocket. And you know, you might win and you might lose. But if you educate yourself to blockchain, you won't. because you'll learn everything you need to know, because all these companies out there, if they're not educating you in blockchain, you don't want to deal with them. Okay. The opportunities I'm involved, yeah, you can earn passively, or you can build a team of people. 100% efforts of 100% of 100 people's efforts is better than one person's effort.
Yes.
When you have credibility, integrity, honesty, and full transparency, people will work with you. Okay. There's people that follow me all the time, been following me for years. I'm consistent. I have all those 4 characteristics. I'm not here to take advantage of nobody. To me, the wealth is when the light bulb goes on and that person figures it out. And I become so joyful because now they know and they're starting to learn what I've learned. And how did I learn it? I lost a lot of money. Just being honest with you straight up, because I wasn't afraid to jump in. Any project that you get involved in, you got to jump in there. How much do you jump in? Okay. And some of
It's
them,
so vast though, to just jump in, like if you don't have something like this.
well, I had
like
an advantage
wallowing.
because I have developers and programmers that work for my main source of income as director. We do web development and application development for Android and iOS phones. So when you understand that language, right, and I have a bank of 150 plus developers and engineers out of India that know this stuff, right? And the other opportunities I'm involved in, they're part of my team building North America, Canada, and US. And I enjoy what I do. That's why I stay up 16 hours a day. What I don't like is lazy people, people that are not disciplined, because you can't win in anything unless you are. So that throws a more of a perspective of crypto to me. It gives me a perspective of the individual entirely, because it's a mindset.
There's a lot of set it and forget it aspects to crypto too.
Yeah, it is, but that's passive. As I mentioned, that's passive. But
you want to get people kind of started with that first?
No, not me, because too many people have lost. Because you got
buy some Bitcoin and just.
Well, they can.
Sit
I mean,
on
we
it,
we
yeah.
we, we, we
A lot
teach
of
them all
people.
aspects of what they need to do. Some people want more, so we have something available for I personally do. Things that I personally vetted, that I'm personally involved in now. And if it doesn't have instant liquidity, I don't mess with it. I don't care what it is.
So you're using DeFi and stuff too?
I'm using DeFi. I got a DeFi savings account set up already. I have a master node. I'm staking in virtual world right now. We're bringing diamonds, gold, platinum, platinum, silver, and gold. That's called Lydian World. We have a virtual world with GDP, and you can earn in this virtual world. That's metaverse. We have it right now. Other companies are trying to bring it. They have certain aspects of it, but it's coming. Think about it. It was just launched last year. It was an $800 billion industry in its first year. Okay, DeFi savings. We have NFTs. I already have NFTs.
You're not using Uniswap or anything like that?
We have our own. We use all of the platforms. What is it? Pancake Swap. We use all of that.
Like an aggregator?
We don't need aggregator for us. We have our own developer. We have our own everything. We have our own ecosystem. If you want to look at it, it's a white paper. If you got something to write on, it's www.g999main.net. If you remember that's our whole ecosystem. Like I said, we have everything, but it has nothing to do with what I'm doing here. This is just to find out where everybody is, where they want to go, what they want to know, what they're doing, what they're not doing. And again, like you said, there are, I'm involved in passive income, where I started with $300 Ethereum. What was it, 5 months ago? I think I'm about $4,000 or $5,000 right now. So. If I share it with people, I get 20%, but I don't share it with anybody. I just build it. It's just a plan C and a plan B on the side, right? So the whole key is to have multiple streams of income in the crypto space.
Yes.
Okay. Education is key to understanding it all. I've got tokenized commercial real estate in Dubai. in our own 36-story building with our headquarters on the bottom floor. Tokenized. See, the United States tried tokenization in residential. It's going to probably come later. What will probably come sooner will be commercial real estate. And if you track everything that's going on, the government doesn't want, well, they don't want people to own their homes anymore. This is why before they raised the interest rates recently, it's kind of out of the average person's ballpark right now, because what was happening is they were offering on these houses, and then these big corporations were coming over and saying cash and $10,000, $20,000 on top of the actual. So I'm saying, because what they want is they want the entire world to what? Be an Airbnb. They want everybody to rent. And some people want that kind of lifestyle. These millennials and Generation
They're
L,
gonna have to.
they're going to have to, because they can't afford it. And most of them don't want no big old house with 10 acres like grandma and grandpa. You know what I mean? This is some,
Responsibility.
you know what I'm saying? This is some real Star Trek type stuff that's happening here.
How silly, you just don't want responsibility these days.
Well, that's being honest.
Mhm.
They're lazy, right? It's just not their interest anymore. We see all of this stuff happening around us, and then some of us just stay in a thud.
They haven't quite grown.
Yeah,
it's-
they have a dystopian view of the world too.
Yeah.
So why be motivated to do something if everything's falling apart around you?
Exactly. And that's what they're looking at. But we know that this, well, being a person of faith, this too shall pass. We had when I was a kid, we had black and white TV, rabbit ears, were coat hangers with foil on it. And it was black and white. And I remember it as clear as I remember John Fitzgerald Kennedy's assassination. I was glued to the TV. I remember every aspect of it, even today at 64 years old.
I remember it.
I watched it, every bit of it, the landing in Fort Worth, the motorcade, the gunshots, the movement, the final shot from the front that took part of his head off. He was already dead before he got to the hospital, but because of security issues, until they swore in Lyndon Baines Johnson, they had to keep it that way. So life is an amazing journey. There's ups and downs, you know what I mean? But it's a journey. And if we make the right decisions, we'll get through it. This is what I've seen, and everything that I've seen that's not good. And I've seen a lot of not good firsthand. So when I listen to people, I understand empathy, I understand you've read it, but you've never lived it. I'm not saying you have to, I hope you never have to. Most people that have lived it. You know what I mean? But what you see is stature, still standing, still caring, still hoping. Because I have 6 grown kids and 3 grandkids. It's a pretty big why for a brother like myself that grew up in misery.
Yeah, good.
Never met my father. I just tried to focus on being a better parent. I'm not angry with him, because he could walk through that door right now. I'd probably be one of the happiest people in the world for the first 5 minutes. Then I asked him, okay, so what's your deal? Because I believe that he deserves that right to share his side of the story. I've never heard his side of the story. So why do I judge him? Okay.
Yeah, that's true.
So I'm not going to judge him. It took a long time for me to get through with my mom. I had to have some help. I had to go get a therapist that I trusted, first of all. It's not very, very easy for a man of color to sit down in front of a European and share my story and believe that he or she is going to understand where I'm coming from. That's what took me so long. But then when I finally got there, it was the best thing I ever did. It changed my life. changed
Wow.
everything. My life coach changed my life. You know, deeper prayer changed my life. Going to different, I guess, different scenarios that people can deal with in life because I saw it visually in my life. So I went to Al-Anon and AA and all of these places, Stand Firm, taboo stuff that people don't talk about or don't want to talk about. You know, it was important for me. Didn't matter what anybody else like, it was important for me. And so that's where I started to grasp a hold, to appreciate just being 98.6 and breathing. And then I figured out that I'm a person that shares information and I'm a connector. I'm a servant leader. And I just happen to care about people, whether they care about themselves or not. Doesn't matter whether they care about me. I mean, I've lived that my whole life. You know, it's nothing new. You know, people pass judgment before they even know who I am. You know, I mean, that's what I learned not to do. I learned to treat people on the same level that I want to be treated, and that's worked golden for me. Now, I'm loyal. Now, some of them will show me whether they're loyal or not, and they don't really have to be loyal to anybody but themselves. Just respect each other. You know, I don't have to agree with everybody's opinion. That's okay. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. But if they ask me, be prepared that I have an opinion.
No doubt.
You know what I'm saying? but you know, for now, we're just being happy sharing knowledge about crypto and blockchain education with people because you cannot have success without education, people. I don't need to sit and battle with someone about, I know only 5% of the world owns any crypto. That's all I need to know. Plus all the years I've been in it. You know what I'm saying? And I know that people get taken every habit.
Yeah.
They get excited. Oh, how do I get some Bitcoin? How do I get some Bitcoin? They don't even know what exchange to use. You know what I'm saying? They don't even have an exchange, so I already know. So if they work with me, I give them a straight goods. And they can make their own decision on what they want to do. Now, I'm not much of I'm not really into, you know, I did day trading back when I had my restaurant. I mean, and that's a lot of work. It's a lot of work.
It is.
Because you got to be up when the market's open, you know, closed. You know.
I think it's just really stressful.
Well, it is. That's why they use bots, you know, and they pay someone else to do it. But how?
Yeah, right.
How does that work out for you? So I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm here to eliminate the middleman.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And you're doing it right, though. You really are. I'm very, very impressed of how far you've gone and gotten, you know, in
By
our
myself.
community. By yourself. See, that's good. There's no wrong. Pat yourself on the back. I'm serious, because you've done a really good job. You already know what a cold storage wallet is. You know, you already got some altcoins. You already got some Bitcoin. You're already connected to Coinbase. It's user friendly. I
That's
confirm for
I
you.
was starting to lose interest though, and it's just like you get online, you don't know who to trust. Okay, Crypto Badger, but I got sick of that guy, and
Well, you know what? Don't get sick of it.
they go past
He
Rad
is,
and then
but
go to the
I
other
know
guy.
in the song, the guy in the house code and all of that. I mean, you know,
Oh,
but you know,
that's
he's
hard.
Indian, but he's Indian, and my beloved brother, Dr. Nadeem, is the founder of my company, and all headquarters is in India. So namaste.
Oh, I love
You know,
India.
I mean, they're good people. You know what I love about them? It doesn't matter how bad life is, they're still peaceful people.
Oh, nice.
And I tell
Nice.
people, you know, what I learned growing up in the ghetto is you got to get out of your backyard. You got to learn culture. Nothing wrong with you. You just don't know culture. If you decide to learn somebody else's culture other than yours, it'll start to make a little bit better sense to you, how they and why they look at certain things the way they look at it.
Very
Not every-
interesting.
You know,
Very interesting.
not everybody has to believe what you believe. I don't expect people to believe what I believe, but I say, hey, if you have not traveled and learned culture, that's your biggest culprit. That's your biggest culprit. Because for me, when I went to Canada and lived in Canada for 15 years, it literally saved my life. I learned culture. and it was a blessing to me. You know, I'm so grateful.
Nice.
I learned about
Go
different.
Canada.
Well, yeah, you know what I'm saying. I mean, Canadians, you know, besides, you know, being a little arrogant at times, you know, I mean, you know, but everybody can be a little arrogant at times, I guess, you know, that's the way I look at it, right? You know, and people, we had an extraordinary conversation the other day about, you know, because Isabel's from Haiti originally, but she speaks French. But she speaks the French from like Florida. You know, there's this certain dialects. Okay, I just learned all of this stuff. I mean, like I'm still learning every day. It's like, what? Oh, okay. Well, wow, that's interesting. Because I know that Quebec, half of Canada speaks French. You know, the other half speaks English, proper English. Because I've been checked by some arrogant Nova Scotians. My first wife was, or no, my second wife was from Nova Scotia. Oh, no, was it my first wife? Second one. Well, they're both Canadian. So one was Nova Scotia, I think that's Pam. And then Kathy, she was always calling me country. Go back to Kansas. I said, oh, you mean like Dorothy?
Where are you from originally?
Missouri.
Missouri.
Kansas City, Missouri.
Oh.
Okay.
Missouri.
No, there's an interstate 35 on one side of the sign says, welcome to the Sunflower State. And on the other side, it says, welcome to the Show Me State. And you just don't tell a brother they're from Kansas City, Kansas. Kansas City, Missouri, ooze across the border. And right down the border, if you head north, is Kansas City International Airport.
Oh.
Okay. So, but you know, I still haven't been home since I was an adult. I think that's something I'll probably have to do to get some closure. I don't know Kansas City as an adult. I just know as a child growing up, no any minor projects.
Yeah, I want to get back there. Check it out.
Well, I don't necessarily want to go back there. I just want to go back there as an adult because I think it'll help me find some
It's
closure.
probably changed a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm sure it has. I'm sure it has. Russ Woodby's wife, he married. She was from Kansas City, Missouri. I got a chance to meet her about 6 years ago, and she got a job at the courthouse, working for Whatcom County Courthouse. So she's very smart. But they got a divorce. I just found that out like 2 months ago. So not quite sure what's going on there. But I had a good business partner. Recently passed away on the 15th of February. And yeah, it was, could have been multiple things. I know Howard probably didn't get vaccinated. And he was struggling. He was kind of sickly for the last couple of years and kept asking about him, how's he doing? And nobody would confirm one way or the other, but I'm pretty sure that's what it was. But anyway, he took his life. And I'm still struggling with that because I just know him to be a stronger person. And it's just, and then David, you know, his son, and his 2 grandkids. And I got to see David and I could tell he was very upset. And why wouldn't you be? You know?
Yeah.
But I let David know, I said, David, I said, I've never met my father, but let me tell you something. I know your dad, and I know your dad loves you very much. David's very smart. He's an engineer, and he worked for Tesla for quite a few years. He's in his mid-40s, so he's a very smart kid. But he shared a story with me. He said, Ernest, he said, I remember my dad telling me, he says, all police are not bad people. You know, all police are not bad people. My dad used to tell me that all the time. He says, but I want you to recognize something. If you ever get pulled over, make sure you stick your hands out the window. And these are the stories that were told to me when I was a kid.
Ugh.
It's true. It is what it is, you know, because if you don't do that as a man of color, you could easily lose your life. Easily lose your life. But it is what it is.
Should I do that too? I mean, should everybody do that?
Well, you know, it's just, you never know what people have gone through.
Scary.
When I walk up and down the streets of Bellingham, you know, I engage with people all the time. Actually, people come up to me because they want to know who I am. Who are you? I guess it's the status or stature that I carry myself in. And I always friendly, always have a conversation. And when they come to me and ask me for some change, I look at them and I try to hone in on, okay, where's this person's at? Because I used to work for the Lighthouse Mission Ministries as well. Under Ron Baczynski, Hans is the executive director right now. And most of the homeless know me. Most of the baristas know me too. So I was up there and the guy walked up to me. Oh no, he sits outside of Little Cheerful. I love Little Cheerful. It's a nice little restaurant. Great service, great food.
In Bellingham?
Bellingham, yeah. Little Cheerful, yeah. On the corner of Railroad and Holly Street.
Okay.
Really good food. Have an excellent egg Benedict. Gives Mount Bakery a run for its money. So, and then we have a new barbecue joint. I got to go check it out because I'm from Kansas City, So Ollie Gates and Son Barbecue, Paseo High School was up above the hill on Swole Parkway, and every time he was cooking those briskets, the smell would just come up there, so you know where we went for lunch. So, yeah, so that's part of the structure of learning, and I just was fascinated in it, and so I just learned everything there was to learn and listened to everything that everybody else think or thought they learned, and then you find yourself somewhere in the middle of where they're at. It's okay if they don't know what they don't know, but I tell people, you get excited about the crypto. I understand. The wealth is the blockchain. Why? You're going to see a lot of stuff on the blockchain, voting, everything that they don't want hacked or manipulated. This is why they don't like it. Okay.
That's why the government doesn't like it.
They don't like it because it's a conflict of interest. They want you to keep doing what you were taught to do.
Yeah. Banking.
Those of you that, some people don't know that story about that island, where the top 2% of the wealthiest people in the world in 1936 descended upon that island and created what we know today as the Federal Reserve. Did you know that the Federal Reserve is not really a government entity?
I think I did.
No, they camouflage it as such. It's basically protecting the wealthiest people's monies in the world in centralized banking. That's what it is. That's why they don't like decentralized banking.
Well, gold held them accountable.
Exactly.
And when they got off the gold standard,
That
they
screwed
just
it. That was, yeah,
run amok.
that's what they did. And who did that? Nixon?
And then with Bitcoin, it's going to hold them accountable again.
Exactly. And they don't want to be held accountable. So what are they going to do? They're going to fool people. I'm going to tell you how they're going to fool them. Because they haven't really figured out the crypto space yet.
No.
And they're going to come up with this USDT coin.
Oh, of course. I figured so. Like the Chinese
not-
came
not-
up
not
with their
Tether.
little
It's
coin.
USDT.
Well, it's USDT, but only because it's a stable coin that holds 100% of its value. It's not the only stable coin out there, but it is the one that most people in crypto that want to trade, I educate to use, because there's no volatility. So if you're trading crypto today and you made some money, tomorrow when you go there, you might have lost that money. But if you take your profits and convert it or swap it into Tether, it holds 100% of its value. So you don't have that volatility. Every other crypto has tremendous volatility. From today, it could go up 3,000 and then go down. I think today when I looked at it, it was 46.7 a coin. Okay. So it's always going to be volatile. It's always going to be. Okay. And the thing about Bitcoin created the original blueprint. And when I say the original blueprint, when I make reference to Windows or Apple or Mac, I refer to Linux. Linux is open source. Any developer can add to that project. And the same with crypto, depending on the company. Some companies will allow you to create, developers to create something that's only going to make the project better. Okay. That's why Ethereum ran into trouble. And they're trying to go to the 2.0 version because Bitcoin, there's no DeFi savings. There's no NFTs. It's only the halvings. That's how it was set up. Peer-to-peer, peer-to-peer finance transference
Mhm.
without a lawyer. You think lawyers don't like that?
No.
We can draw up a contract between us and we can have someone vet the contract for us, an attorney look at it, but
Mhm.
we can do the deal. If you got $1 million home and we've got the paperwork in order and all the paperwork is in order, confirmed, then I will send you $1 million in Bitcoin for your property and take possession. Same as NFT.
Okay, when do you want it?
It's now, right? Yeah. Oh, it's the same thing with NFTs. Our NFTs are off the chain. I mean,
Wow,
NFT, have you seen some of the
yeah.
NFTs out there? Oh my goodness, they just look ugly as hell. I mean, LeBron James 20-second clip, 20-second clip slam dunking over somebody, sold for $67,000. That same individual 6 weeks later turned around and sold it for $6.7 million.
Oh my God.
Dapper Labs.
Taking off.
Yeah. So I mean, the hot shots, NFL,
Top
top shots, NFL, all of these sports are doing it. Even anybody can create their own NFTs now, if you want to do that.
Oh, it's like creating that. on
Yeah,
the wall.
exactly.
Mhm.
Yeah,
It's-
exactly.
Value is a consensus. So if
Exactly.
people agree that that's a valuable painting,
Mhm.
probably not.
Right.
Then it's valuable.
Right.
That's what makes it valuable.
But see, that's great for pirating music. I see a lot of music NFTs. You're going to see Walmart has, IBM has already created blockchain for Walmart. Walmart no longer has to pull millions and millions of dollars worth of lettuce off their shelves anymore. They track it by the blockchain. They know who the grower is, where they're located, phone number, contact information. So now if something goes awry with lettuce, they can just track it back to the source. See?
Wow.
Accountability, like the gentleman mentioned earlier. It is. It's really all about accountability, right? Can we trust you? So many scams. How many? I guess I'm a senior. I don't ever think like a senior. I never ask anybody for a discount anyway. But they don't believe me. Most of the people are telling me, stop. I have to show my ID. I say, hey, whatever. It's how you live it, right? I guess. I don't do a lot of stupid stuff that creates problems for your body. You know what I'm saying? I put good stuff into my body,
Try, yes.
Well, everything in moderation, but I'm not a drinker, I mean, I'm the guy sipping on a 20-ounce, what is it, Scotch ale, dark beer 2 hours later. I just like the taste. That's it.
I like Scotch ale.
Yeah, I like a microbrew, a dark beer.
I like
so.
special beers.
And then before that, it was Heineken. And Heineken, I strictly loved Heineken for the taste of it.
I like Heineken too.
And then they came up with this Heineken Light. I don't know if I'm not too crazy about that one. But anyway, they always do a lighter version of everything.
I like Heineken in the bottle, not the can.
Well, definitely.
Things like
A
that.
can is like, oh my goodness, are we doing slits? I mean, that's what, these kids at these, like I know Brian Tiny owns the Up and Up, not Up and Up, but what is it? The Underground and the Royal for years. He preps those kids probably about 17 and a half. They do beer pong or whatever, or it's not actually beer, but they pretend it's beer pong to prepare them for when they can do beer pong when they're 21. So, he's had a system that's worked well for him, taking advantage of our college kids, right?
Wow.
So, but anyway, that's how it works, supply and demand. So, then I worked in that industry, the nightclub business, hotel business in Canada for 15 years. So yeah. So, life's a journey. It's all about, just trying to bless people, educate people, because that's really what's exciting. It's when people get educated. When they get educated, oh my God, and it's that simple. It's just like when they went from paper money to writing checks. And who takes a check anymore? I mean, you got a debit card. Most people that have a checking account have a debit card attached to it, right? So
Yeah.
really no need to take paper checks anymore. Because look at all of the, if somebody writes me a check locally, I'll take it because I'm gonna take it right to their bank. I'm not even trying to put it in my bank. I done had so many, oh my goodness, I have had $50,000 checks, cashier checks bounce. And, you know, I'm not, you know, I'm be happy when they start accepting Bitcoin merchants. You know what I'm saying? And that's what we're working on now. We did have Foundry, I think it was Foundry Bay, had a Bitcoin ATM machine there for a short period of time before COVID. And then they used to have one at the Bellis Fair Mall before they came up with all this outrageous insurance just to place one. They pulled the one that was there out. And now it's like you got to pay so much money just to place it now. You know, you got all the insurance and stuff that I guess they didn't have before or whatever, just to be able to do that. But if you Google it, you can find all the ATM machines in the world. It'll show you. I think the last time I checked it, probably about five years ago, there was approximately 1,500 devices at that time. I'm pretty sure there's more now. Okay. And then in the Pacific Rim, they don't even use debit card. They use QR codes. And Whole Foods has one or two maybe in the nation that they're piloting now to see how that works out. You walk into the convenience store, there is no teller. You strictly walk up to the shelf, use your QR code to purchase the item, and you got all kind of bells and whistles that will go off if you try to walk out that store without paying for that item. So they're practicing that right now. So you can't stop technology.
Yeah, it's coming. It's gonna hit us.
I mean, and we've seen it. You know, like when I was a kid, I remember watching Dick Tracy. I mean, Dick Tracy had the first smart watch. He used to talk to that watch and, you know, all kind of stuff, you know. I mean, you remember that, right? You know, people didn't pay no attention to it. Now, the only thing I ain't seen yet is I think the Jetsons, they had a microwave that you can actually cook and ask for a steak, and it will cook the steak and pop it out. I haven't seen that yet. I don't know if I'm gonna see that yet. But you know what they are doing?
Flying cars are coming.
Well, yeah.
They're already
here.
here.
Yeah.
They're
I
here.
mean, they got these little, kind of like what they call those things that they look at pictures of, what they call those hovering over, and they got a camera on it. What they call that thing?
Drones.
They got a drone that look kind of like it's like a helipad thing or whatever. Ain't a whole bunch of stuff protecting you on the outside, right? But when the things are going or whatever, you can go from point A to point B. I mean, that's crazy. But you know the government's going to have all this before anybody else has.
Yeah, of course.
They already had it. Probably already had it. You know what I mean? I mean, like, you know, smartphones. The first cell phone, you remember, it was a brick. $4,000.
Yeah, that's right.
$4,000 for that big old brick. Supercomputers, right? Now we got, well, our dumb phone is is basically a supercomputer. It's just a smaller version.
I've only had mine for years, so I was just like,
So
wow.
I know, and then I saw this guy the other day. He said, "Ernest, I got rid of my flip phone, and man, you know, I can listen to music with this smartphone."
That's
dumb phone."
amazing.
I said, "Oh, okay." I said, "Well, dude, you were prehistoric with a flip phone. I mean, seriously, they still got flip phones."
I know.
Who uses a flip
Year
phone
ago,
now?
I had
I
one.
mean, oh my
Yeah.
goodness. I said, okay. Now I did like what was that one, the Blade or whatever it was called? It was really thin, I think, and it flipped open or whatever. It was called the Blade or something like that. I forget who it was that put that out there. But nowadays, 5G. I have a 5G phone. I had a business phone with AT&T, and you know, all of a sudden, I guess they interrupted 3G. 3G doesn't exist anymore, so I was 4G LTE, so they throttle you back. Everybody seems to think that they're guaranteed 5G every time they connect their phone. 30 seconds. Read the fine print, people. The highway's too big to give you exclusive driving privileges. You know, it's just like driving from here to Seattle. You know, we start out in a 2-lane. As we get close to Everett, you know, it opens up to 4 lanes.
I'm gonna say,
You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? That's why it was always peaceful driving back from Seattle back home, because it's just so peaceful here. I mean, it's kind of crazy a little bit, but I guess, you know, you can find that anywhere you go.
it's pretty cute.
You know, but our downtown, they got security guards that walk around. And the security guards used to be the guys that picked up the money from the actual change meters that still exist. You know, most of them are now, you know, you use your debit card and can pay by whatever. But yeah, they got those guys walking around with black jackets on. So you won't see cops anywhere in this town because policing has become new. Right from their laptop in their vehicle, they can see everything in this town. There's cameras everywhere downtown.
Good.
And they've been down there for a long time. but
Yeah.
most people don't know that. Okay, but it's not enough for when they take a brick and slam through the bike shop's business window when their deductible has to pay to replace that glass. I
Mhm.
walked past this coffee shop one day. It's called the Black Drop, and they moved up the street from the Mount Bakery, and they had on there, I understand the Psyche Black Lives Matter.
Mhm.
Okay, I get it. You think if they see Black Lives Matter, they may not bust out your window.
Mhm.
Okay, but then I saw Black Lives Matter one time, and then this time I went by and said Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Queer, Black Lives this, Black Lives that. I said, oh, wait a minute. I said, wait a minute. I called Black Drop and I left a message for them to call me back. They haven't called me back, it was just yesterday. I said, and I'm trying to, somebody said they're closing. I'm just hoping that they're open. I can actually go in and find out the thought process of that. It's like, okay, I remember walking by and it said Black Lives Matter. I get it on that. You don't want these, because they got a lot of windows. Okay. They got these, they got Vital in blue, starts out with Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Queer, Black Lives, Black Lives, Black Lives. And I said, oh my goodness, doesn't all lives matter? Isn't there other nationalities that have queers and LBG, whatever? I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm not even trying to learn. You know, I'm not gonna let anybody bully on my watch if you're my friend. But if you ask my opinion, are you sure you want to know the answer? That's all I got to say, right? But I ain't gonna let nobody beat up anybody that's a friend of mine, you know, because I mean, you know, I'm a board member for a chartered school here, and we have, you know, some young people, 9th and 10th grades, there's that have issues. They're staying with parents that are living on the streets. They come there because they get a meal a day. I see these kids because I saw myself.
Yeah.
And I saw what I didn't have. So just my heart just started fluttering for whatever I could do to speak into these young people's lives. I might not have had my father and my mother that was broken to be able to do that for me, but there's nothing that says that I can't do that for them. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And they're going to relate to me because I'm not going to come to them like that. They already did just come right up to me and start conversing. They don't have a clue that I've been through everything that they're going through, you know? And you give back that way.
Definitely.
You know, and I have that opportunity to do that for those young people because the children are our future, people.
That's true.
You know, when you're gone, I mean, now when I ask people what their why is, some people can't tell me because they don't have kids. I said, well, if you don't have kids, then I guess, you know, you may not have a why. I mean, what's your dream? Uh, what do you want to become? Who are you? Uh, do you care about people? Do you have a gift of helping people, or do you hurt people? I mean, are you a negative person or are you a positive person? You know, because either way, if it's affecting a multitude of people, it's cancerous. And that cancer has to be removed.
That's right.
So we all have a distinct responsibility to the children,
Even if you don't have kids.
even if you don't have kids. You can still speak positively into a child's life.
Oh, of course.
You know, I've had many, many people speak into my life, some that shouldn't have speak into my but I've met a whole bunch of them that spoke positively in my life. And many times it was after going through some stuff or going through some stuff at that time. You know, but I always kept an eye open and took responsibility for everything that I had something to do with, right? And even if I didn't have something directly to do with it, I still manned up and took responsibility. Because at the end of the day, it's me, right? And I got to go through it, and I got to come through it. And you do come through stronger. It's kind of painful at the time, but you come through it. If you stay focused, stay positive, things will change. So, and that's all I did. I just said, okay, I'm gonna just be me, be the best version of who I am, and hopefully it'll bless someone else. That's all I can, broken or not. Everybody's broken. Everybody has something that, you know, they've been broken at or broken through. You know, this is life, right?
And this crypto, I tell you, I was just like, am I even doing the right thing? Should I get rid of it? What am I? I'm the only one that has it. No one knows anything about it except for me, and I don't know much. And this is just some sort of an outlet, and I appreciate what you
We
do.
are here. We are here. We've been here for almost 6 years, doing this meetup group right here in our local community. But we've expanded.
How many members do you have?
Last time I checked, 253.
Oh, and they're from everywhere, not
Yep.
just here.
Not just here. Yeah, that's the exciting thing about it. We have some people that are what you call here from other countries,
Mhm.
right? And have gotten their paperwork done and so forth, so on, to remain here. So yeah, so you're in a good spot. You guys can kind of chat while I run to the men's room real quick, and I'll be back. We usually chat till about 8:30 or whenever you guys. Usually we have people on. Last time we had probably 10 people on, and probably 10 people here in the room. So.
Okay,
Yeah, I thought there was a bunch of people who were supposed to be here tonight.
yeah, it looked like there was, I don't know,
Nine or
how many
something?
people going. I thought, well, that's not
So
very many.
how far along are you? Like
2 years into it.
2 years into it?
Yeah, I
So
started at COVID, and nothing to do, kind of, oh, I'm gonna try this.
it's a good time to be starting.
Definitely, I thought so too. And I got my own business. I'm a commercial seamstress, so I sit at my sewing machine. So I'll plop my laptop or whatever that's called right there. And I had the crypto banter going. Like every day I'd be sewing and making mistakes. Oops, oh no, I'm writing things
I
down.
watched it for a while. And I was just like,
I
this is-
couldn't
you guys
stand
are
that
just
red.
too
Yeah, it's
much.
just too much. It's like, well, man, am I 3 years older? I don't know. I couldn't stand their language. I don't know. But yeah, and then you don't know who to trust, and then all this information. I mean, I've got,
Seemed like a lot of hype on that channel.
yeah. I did like that guy, Jeremy, the one that forecasts and does all that. I really
The
like him.
charts guy?
Yeah, I'll sit there and
Yeah, I
watch
don't
him.
remember his name, but-
Yeah, no, he was called something like some sort of snake or sniper.
Oh, yeah,
Sniper,
yeah,
that's him,
sniper.
the sniper, not a snake. Yeah, I like that guy. I'd sit there, I'd stop stop sewing when I'm watching that guy, because he really had something to say. But you listen to him and then you're like, oh man, I gotta buy that right away, and I'd get in there, I'd be buying stuff, and I couldn't afford it, but whatever. Now I've got all this stuff and
You just
don't know what
need
to
to
do with it.
you just need to learn how to organize it. So what altcoins do you have?
Oh, I got Solana, Dogecoin, Link. I got BCH, big deal. Ethereum. I got Cardano.
Hmm.
Just Terra Luna. That one ended up being like, whoa! I wish I would have bought more of that.
Mhm,
And then that was kind of the biggest one.
mhm.
All of a sudden,
Well, when you're doing altcoins, you need to watch them every day.
oh,
Okay, because if you want to make money off of it, you want to, if you've earned enough of it, then pull your original investment and put it on your cold storage wallet and just run with your profits is what I would advise you to do, right? So
I've
any-
never done that. I've
No.
never taken my profits.
Okay, well, you want to take your profits because otherwise it's just a dance and song, right? You're in it to win it, right?
Mhm.
Right. So you want to pull when you earn. Of course, you need to make sure that you have a calculator that you have and you use for doing conversions.
No.
Okay, well, you probably want to get one. Which one do I use here? Yeah, because that way, this one that I use, this is an app. I think it keeps you abreast to Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Litecoin. But you can also go to what is it called? I'll send it to you anyway. And in that way, you can stay abreast of it because you want to monitor this stuff just like you do, stocks, right? You know what I mean? So you
Yeah,
want
I
to,
haven't.
and if you don't have that time, the main thing is look at what you put into it.
Mhm.
If you have equal, or you made 50%, pull your original investment and roll with what you've earned.
The thing is, when do you pull it?
Well, you know what? It just depends on you how much you want to pull. I mean, if it's $100, pull $100. know, if it's $50, pull $50. I don't know what you use to get into it, but you usually
I was
want-
just doing 100s and 200s, so
Okay, well, see,
maybe
there you go.
300 most.
There you go.
In these things.
Okay, and that's good, and I think that's a wise thing to do. Okay?
Mhm,
But you
mhm. I was
want
kind of scared about the
but-
Bitcoin more.
but you're always more secure when you pull your original investment.
I believe it, yeah, and other people have told me that.
Okay.
She's got to pay capital gains. too.
Hey,
Well, it just depends on what it is. If it's under $600, it's not a taxable. Okay.
So,
Okay.
Congress.
Yeah, are
and
She
you-
did
everything.
mention
are you
a lot
here
of the other
now?
Ones too, that she could just sit in.
Yeah. Well, Ethereum, right?
yeah, no, I'll come in,
Yeah,
I'll
she-
be there 5 minutes, okay?
Yeah, she wants to hold
Okay,
on to
bye.
those if possible, but if you're still making more than you put in, okay, if you equalize whatever that is, then, it doesn't hurt to take a little bit of that and, put it in on your cold storage wall, right? Because she still has track of it. And she
So when you
can
say
control
take it out and put it back in your bank account, or take it out and put it in your?
it. I would take it and put it on your cold storage wall.
Oh, okay.
Don't put it back in your bank account because again, you have to make sure now, this is the guidelines. Congress is trying to figure out, they haven't passed anything yet,
No,
but they're talking about
right.
making these exchanges that are controlled and operate in the United States accountable to provide them any information on anyone that has sold more than $600 in crypto at any given time. And there's ways around that, okay? But the main thing is, it's just like insurance. If you upgrade to a different policy, there's no taxation.
So what if I take it out of Coinbase and put it in Exodus? Is that kind of, I'm not gonna get dinged for
Well, as
that?
long as you don't move more than $600 at a time. Okay,
Exodus is her trust wallet.
that's a trust wallet.
Yeah. that's
It's
what I-
just,
It's
it's
an
just
app.
like taking your cash and put it in your wallet. It's not like,
Well, but it's a trust wallet because she can swap with a trust wallet.
oh, she can,
With a trust wallet, that's what it's called. Exodus wallet is a trust wallet. You can swap them.
yeah, you can do that with Ledger too. I think I just
Mhm.
never did it. I just
Mhm.
keep.
I got Ledger.
So do you? So it sounds like you got a lot of crypto.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I'm my own bank. So,
Well, I'm my own bank too. That's exactly. So you know a lot. You know a lot.
oh yeah, I know a lot.
Okay.
I was back here in 2017
Oh, you were over there at the other location.
with Kyle.
Yeah, that's me and Kyle. Well, Kyle took a.
Yeah, what happened with Kyle?
Kyle's still around. Well, me and Kyle are still in the TV, internet, Wi-Fi business together. But he opened up a thrift store in Ferndale. So he's there working with his wife and his daughter a lot of the time. So he had to step away. So that's when Dan came in. Dan has been here for 3 years.
Mhm.
You look familiar to me. I kept saying to myself, man, he looks familiar to me. Yeah. But that's where we were when we had the bigger place over there next to Fat Shack. It was like a coffee shop. You could come in, you could get a membership and sit
Yeah, I
there.
almost went home. I didn't know you were over here.
Oh.
And then I heard your voice.
Did you hear my voice? Well, I'm known for the voice.
Well,
Oh, your
you
husband?
know,
Oh, your husband's here?
He's outside,
Oh.
yeah. so.
Well, you know what?
I'll come
Again,
back next month.
yeah, you got
I'll-
all. Yeah, well, you got my information. Don't wait till next month if you have a question.
I will, yeah.
You know,
I'll
send me an email.
Snooping around looking for you. and
Right,
stuff.
you got all me. I'm all over social media, so including LinkedIn. So it's what I do. It's a real thing that we do here. We don't ask for anybody's money. We're not financial planners. We just share what we've been able to do with this space.
And what about that $33 a month? Is that for that?
Yeah, that's the G999main.net white paper. Look at the white paper. Send me an email, and then I will send you some information.
Okay,
Okay.
sounds good. And what was your name?
Brad.
Brad? Nice to meet you. I'm Carrie. Okay,
Still
Ernest.
shaking.
All right,
Thanks.
dear. Take care.
Okay, you too.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So what I wanted to do is, like, I've got my Bitcoin, I've got some Ethereum.
Mhm.
I'm just not gonna touch that. It's like,
Mhm.
so if somebody here is creating NFTs,
Mhm.
I'd like to be into that.
Mhm.
If somebody's doing play to earn,
Mhm.
I'd I have been doing that, but
Mhm.
you know, I'd like to connect with them
Okay.
and do something.
Here, let me give you my
Yeah.
phone. Let me give you my phone number, and then I'll send you some information. Okay. That's the best way to do it. Or did you join our meetup group?
Yeah, I was gonna say I was coming today, but
That's okay.
my job cuts into the time, so.
No problem. It's all good. So what do you do?
I'm a bus driver, remember?
Oh yeah, that's right. I can't believe I know this guy. Where I know this guy from? Because you know who you reminded me of is like I remember in the first year of school for my associate's degree program, I used to drive the shuttle for Roger Jobs Motors, and you kind of reminded me. I looked, I said, no, that's not him. He bought his vehicle to get worked on, and I shuttled him back to, I think it's the DEA office over by the theaters. That it's a building there that has a black fence and flag. And I noticed he had a badge on, and I said to him, I said, what do you do, man? I said, because your badge is turned off. He said, oh, Ernest, I can't tell you. If I tell you, I have to kill you. I said, what? Come to find out, because he told me he had a ride, right? But I ended up having to go pick him up. And so that's when we had our long conversation. He said, yeah, he told me about, when he first started out as a DEA agent, how they put all these turnarounds in California in the ghetto area. So there was one way in and one way out. He was telling me all of how they structured all that. He's actually, he's a cool guy. He just shared a little bit of stuff with me that he didn't have to, but he was comfortable. So he said, okay, well, he shared that with me. So yeah, well, you're doing what you should do. I mean, Ethereum, obviously, most people are not doing anything with Ethereum because of the fact. I'll give you my business card up front too. You can just grab that actually, and then you have all that information. Yeah, and then I will send you some information, and if you are interested in it, then let me know, and I'll invite you to ask additional questions if you want to ask additional questions. But we have our own NFTs right now. So if you go to www.g999, so that's G and 3 nines, Maine, all one word, .net. That's our whole white paper ecosystem. It tells everything that we have to offer with this opportunity. I can tell you, I started as a free registered user 15 and a half months ago. And I probably work with at least 500 people globally currently, and probably about 30 people here locally. And they're all have DeFi savings account, NFTs.
Yeah, I mean, I have NFTs already. I want to create.
You're gonna create your own? Well, these are all created starting from $28 USDT all the way up to, I think it's $888 NFT, but you get more of everything when you get that, depending on which one you get. We have them with wine glasses, beer glasses. We have them with reindeer antelopes, that make them all unique. Right now, I'm minting them, and then we're also mutating them as well. So there's a process. There's a lot of people that can go out there and create one. Well, there's a lot more to it than just creating one. Okay, I mean, do you have that kind of time? Okay, and people certainly can do whatever they want to, but it's time consuming. I got a good friend, and he's a MFF fighter, and he's created his own NFT from the last event he had. And he's done a really good job with him. But I told him, I said, you'll find these people out here that'll help you to create them. But do you know what comes with minting them? Do you know how to mutate them? They're only giving you part of the smorgasbord, enough to draw you in, and be careful for the upsell. Because there's generally something out there. If they're helping you to create them, they're going to get something out of the deal. I mean, it's too new. It just started last year. It was almost a $1 trillion business last year, even almost 900 billion.
You heard of colored coins?
Yeah.
Bitcoin colored coins?
Yeah.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. But nobody really thought that it would.
Crypto punks and.
Yep.
All the kitties, whatever.
And those are the people, because they're early adopters, right? Because they're early adopters, they're probably positioned themselves pretty decently.
Oh, crypto punks was surpassed by Bored Ape Yacht Club.
Yeah. Yeah. So all of those things are going to become more relevant as we move into the next 3 to 5 years. Yeah. You know, because you think about it, Bitcoin last year, it was almost a $3 trillion industry with a 5% participation rate.
Yeah, that 5% could own all the money too.
Well, no, actually, 3% are male, and 2% are women in crypto that started in 2018. That's the women's movement in crypto. And these women are part of this opportunity I'm in, and they're off the chain. Women feel usually more comfortable with women on the same topic. You know, they jump in on the other opportunities because we have 3 events a day, 7 days a week. We have 3 trainings a week. All of this is education. With our subscription, there's a subscription, $33 USDT subscription, but you get a $28 NFT for part of that. So it's a whopping $5 USDT to operate your multi-million-dollar blockchain back office. That only you can initiate anything. The company doesn't control your money. The company doesn't hold on to your money. You hold on to it all. And it's blockchain. It's your blockchain connected to your email account. No one can do anything to that account but you. What I mean by that is anything that you initiate inside of your blockchain, you have 1 hour to confirm it with an email. If you don't confirm it with an email.
It just sounds too much like USI Tech.
Nope, nothing to do with USI Tech, though.
It's the same model though. It's
No, it's not even close. See, USI Tech,
it's just
USI
getting
Tech,
another entity involved when you should be the bank of your own.
I am. Everything, I am connected to that blockchain, connected to my email address. Nobody in the company has control of my account. I have done it over and over for the last 15 and a half months. No.
I need to push back on something I don't know about.
Well, no, the point is
You
most.
just buy Bitcoin, stick it on a hardware wallet, right? Even a paper
And I
wallet.
have some of that. All I have that's more than other people is I have multiple streams of income, not just sitting on and holding. Most people hold the top 3 coins. I'm doing that, but you cannot do DeFi savings accounts on Bitcoin.
Well, you have sovereign. Sovereign's DeFi on Bitcoin.
Well, then again, I would be more suspect to that, because I know Bitcoin was created not to have any of that attached to it.
It's just like the Lightning Network is a layer.
Yeah, I got the Lightning Network as well. It's super fast. Yeah.
Strike wallet or something.
Yep. So it's just people's perspective. Me, I've been doing this since 2009. I've lost a lot of money in USI Tech. I believed in USI Tech when they came back trying to bring the second coin to make up for the first coin, but the problem for them is Bitcoin stuck at 3,000 for, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they lost steam.
You know what I'm saying? They lost steam.
Those were good meetings though. There were a lot of people in those meetings.
That's what I'm
There's some
saying.
interesting people.
Well, I have 500 people globally. I have 30 people in this opportunity, including my partner that passed away. So it was me, Howard, Joel, Kyle, and Ivan.
Was he giving away USI Tech units back then?
Ivan?
No, I think you said Howard.
Howard, yeah. He was paying for people to get in, yes,
Yeah.
out of his own pocket.
Yeah, I bought one and then I think he put one on.
Yeah, so because that's the kind of person he was. And Howard was probably $1 million plus in crypto before he took his life. So
That's strange.
yeah, well, what happened is apparently he was driving back from Seattle and he started to feel strange. So they called Joel way down in Texas. So Joel said, "Well, what's going on, man?" So he called emergency, and they drove him to Skagit County emergency. And then I was told about it, and I kept asking. I said, "Well, did he have?" Because Howard was very, private, right? I knew he had been sick for the past couple of years, but nobody would say it was COVID related. Knowing Howard, I know he didn't get vaccinated. He was trying to work with a naturopathic doctor. And so that probably caused him to have issues with the immune system, because if your immune system's not healthy, it's going to be hard for you. And Howard was 71 when he passed. So, I mean, but he got released.
In the hospital.
And he didn't leave the hospital. He went into the bathroom, locked himself in the bathroom. And the only reason somebody found him in the bathroom is because other people were trying to get in the bathroom to use it, and the door was locked, so they called security when they opened up the door. They found him hanging from his belt buckle, and had left a note that he didn't want to be a burden on his family. And all he had was high blood pressure, and they were prescribing him Abistatin, which I take. So it really doesn't make any sense to me, you know.
He was only taking what you take?
Well, no, he wasn't taking it. They were prescribing it for him.
Oh, so he wasn't even on any medication,
No.
because that can mess you up too.
Yeah, he wasn't on any medication at all. They told him for his condition, they were gonna put him on a statin for high blood pressure. That's all it was. And he decided that that was too much of a burden for his family, and I'm saying, you know, it's still, it was on, they pulled the plug on my mom's birthday, February 15th, on his life support. Because it wasn't making sense to me. I'm saying, well, okay, well, I went to church with Kyle. He said, yeah, or actually him and Lance called me and said, Ernest, say what's going on? You know, I'm like giving him a hard time. Oh, wow, I hit the lotto. I got both of you guys on the phone at the same time. You know, and they said, Ernest, what are you doing? And, you know, I said, well, I'm just getting ready to get off the bus. He says, hey, well, got some kind of bad news to share with you. Can you find a spot? And he told me, I think it was right up here at the station when I prayed for Howard, that the Lord would restore his whatever's going on with him, because, you know, I didn't have all the details. I was just getting bits and pieces of it at that point. Then the following Sunday, we go to church, and then Kyle said, Ernest, I got to tell you the truth, but we want to preserve his legacy. And the obituary they put up was Howard. Every bit of whoever put that together definitely knew who Howard was. But we didn't want everybody to know that he committed suicide. We wanted people to remember him the way that they knew him, the kind heart that he had for people. He really was that way, you know. If he knew you were hungry, had your address, he'd go buy groceries and bring the groceries up, set them outside your front door, ring the doorbell, and run away. And that was Howard. That's how he was. You know, I worked with Howard at ConocoPhillips for a while too. Yeah, that's how hard it was. You know, it's still hard for me to believe that he's not here, man. But yeah. So, and then Raul, he wasn't vaccinated either. Raul Chavez, founder of Band of Brothers, he wasn't vaccinated either. Pastor Felix passed away too. Didn't even know he was getting a divorce. Didn't know he had gotten a divorce from his wife, and a lovely daughter, lovely family. You know, he was a pastor of Christ the King for several years. He got a divorce, moved back to Africa. I saw him on Facebook. So I thought, you know, because he's a pastor, I thought he was marrying somebody. Because I wasn't thinking he was getting married right away. I mean, but just when he got a divorce, like, oh my goodness. So he said, no, it was me, Ernest. I got remarried. I said, you got remarried? I said, brother, I'm still trying to wrap my head around the fact that you got divorced. I didn't know you got divorced, right? And so he passed away in Africa, you know. So I don't know if he'd been vaccinated. Over the years, he's had some heart issues. So I don't know if it was, you know, heart related, or he got over there and got infected with it. You know what? It's a no-brainer for me. You know, when I was poor, nappy head, snotty nose kid growing up in the Wayne Minor projects, I got vaccinated, and we were poor. I remember that little gun that had made all those little, you know, I still got it. Yeah, I still got it in my arm, right? You know what I mean? Mumps, measles, all those vaccinations we got as a kid. So for me, being a diabetic was a no-brainer. But I'm a diabetic that's educated myself. I have a naturopathic doctor, medical doctor, I have a dietitian, and you know, I know what I should eat and what I don't eat and what I shouldn't eat. Most of the time I do salads, smoothies, juicing. Don't eat a whole lot of red meat every now and then. I think on my birthday they bought me a steak. mostly fish, broiled chicken maybe sometimes, but I have a routine and I have a spreadsheet of what my sugars are in the morning, lunchtime, evening. Most people that are diabetic, they're overweight, they're depressed, they're broken, you know. I know where it came from. My mom, she was on kidney dialysis for 13 years before she passed away, but she wouldn't stop drinking all that hard booze. And hard booze is sugar, it breaks down the sugar. Carbs, rice, I don't do white rice. I do brown rice or black rice. And that's called education, just like everything else. I just decided to stop kicking and screaming and just educate myself. I want to be here as long as possible. And I have to take care of myself in order to do that. I got a car sitting right out front, and that's 80. But you see me, I'm on the bus all the time. Why am I going to pay for parking downtown? Because if I'm in a coffee shop, I'm going to be talking longer than an hour, and I'm going to be going to rush. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Be paying the fine.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, no, I'm going to get my bus pass. I've been taking the bus ever since 4 years of college. You know what I mean? But if I go out of the county, I drive. This doesn't make sense around here.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense to drive the bus. It's better for the whole community.
It is. It really
Everybody
is.
would just participate in that.
Right, I know.
It would be- it would make a big
Yeah, to
difference.
me, it's it's a reasonable price for my 92-day pass, and it's like, I use it all the time. I go see all my clients on Samish, downtown. When I'm done with them, sometimes I meet them at the Woods Coffee on Railroad right there. Know Nancy really well. I knew all the baristas, the managers at the Starbucks that closed down. I'm still eager to see what's going to take its place. It seems like it's almost put together. It's going to be interesting to see what they turn it into. But and then they closed the Woods Coffee at the Logos Bible software because they've been working from home for almost 2 years. So they opened the Woods for a minute and then they didn't get much business, so they just closed it down. So the Starbucks had been there ever since I've been in Bellingham, 1987.
Oh, wow.
That Starbucks was on that corner there.
87. Come on.
I came here in 1987, dude.
Yeah, I don't think Starbucks was there yet.
Yeah, it was.
I thought the first Starbucks was like late 90s.
No, that Starbucks was there across from the what do they call that place? That's been there forever. Also, the breakfast joint. What is it called? Right across the street from Little Cheerfuls, right there.
Oh.
It's always because I work for the Lighthouse Mission and I picked up all of the pastries, day old pastries from there. Fred Meyer's. That was one of my duties at the Lighthouse Mission. Is going around picking up donations. The furs, all of that. Yeah, 1987 was there.
Wow.
Yeah. And I've known every barista there, every manager. Yeah, it was, I had to move down the street. First time I went in there and I said, hey, I need to use the bathroom. And dude said to me, well, you got to buy some. I said, well, dude, I'll buy something after I use the bathroom. What is this? And then I guess Nancy heard me talking to him. So she came over and talked to me for like a half an hour. So every time, if I don't go in there, she doesn't hear from me for a while. As soon as I walk through the door and they say, how you doing? And I open up my mouth, the voice, she comes out. She does. It's really like, that's how it really is, brother. It's like, I used to own and operate Lucci's Bayshore Pizzeria. It's called Bell Marina now. And it was a German guy bought it right after I closed it. Because I had IRS issues, right? That's my fiance. Hey, how you doing? Say hello.
Hello.
I'm sorry, I have my phone plugged in and I'm just finishing up my Meetup group meeting that I have the first Monday of every month. And just sitting here chatting with my friend. It's probably transported me around on the bus many years. She asks me all the time, why don't you drive your car? I said, anyway, long story. When the government said we couldn't drive, we couldn't drive. When the government said we had to stay at home, we had to stay at home. I told people, you better get a plan B and a plan C, okay? Because if you're not paying attention to what's going on in the world right now, you better have some crypto put away somewhere. Venezuela, What is the other one? There's several countries that have gone to crypto being their national kingdom.
Oh, and El Salvador.
El Salvador, yeah. El Salvador was the first one. Yeah. So, they tried to give it some, and even Biden, people didn't know how to take the speech from Biden. All Biden basically said is, hey, we need to jump on board of this, we're missing the mark here. I mean, a $3 trillion industry, and we don't have a piece of it.
But we don't realize that it cuts a lot of the fat out.
Yeah,
Bitcoin cuts a lot of the fat out.
exactly.
And the fat is the government.
Exactly, and they don't like that. That's why they were.
Let's jump into this.
Yeah. But he said,
like,
in executive order.
It means our jobs?
Yeah. You're right, brother. So no customers, girl? Huh? Beautiful? All right, taking a break. Yeah. But yeah, I'll send you that information. You can look at it, but no obligation. I tell people all the time, well, do what you want to do. All I know is I'm winning. And I took some other people along and told them that they're winning. And all I care about is people winning. And they're all winning because we are too. We're like the NBA, NFL, Major League Baseball. We're only strong as the weakest link. And see what we have that nobody else has? We have a multi-billionaire that paid for all of this things. That's the difference. These other opportunities. That gentleman, he wasn't a billionaire. He was a millionaire, and he came out of retirement with a salesperson from the UK that was friends of his. Now, that's the only reason he got involved. And how that came about is he said, I tell you what I'm going to do. I'll put the 100K in for you to prove to you how this works. That's what convinced him to come out of retirement. Now, the problem with that whole situation is during that period of time, they were changing platforms. When they changed platforms, whoever the prior developer was, more than likely, whoever created that first website backdoored them for $200 million. That's enough to stop any business. Okay? That's what actually happened. Because you know what? All these guys, Gary Wood, all of those guys, do you know? I told Kyle, I said, Kyle, I love you, brother. But you know what? PGI. I said, okay, you flew down there, you flew to the UK, brother, too. I said, you know what it is? It comes a time when people start screwing up your credibility. You have influence, and everybody wants to sign up for everything that you're involved in, Kyle. But you gotta bet to see, this is the difference for me, even though I was part of all of that. I lost the most because I was starting over. Okay, from having a restaurant, 2 houses, 4 luxury vehicles, and running into the IRS. So this is what motivated me to go back to school and finish my education. Okay, I was married to a woman that did tax returns through the business I created for her to work from home when the kids were young. She did tax returns for her mom, her mother-in-law, her sister, her brother-in-law, and her sister. They red flagged all those tax returns because they were supposed to be business owners. Now the IRS operates this way. They expect you to lose in the first 5 years of a business. It's only when you hit the 6th year and beyond that you start to pick up some steam. Okay? She did tax returns for people that only did personal tax returns the year before, so the IRS flagged all those tax returns. Guess who they're looking for? Who owns this business? Numbers for you. I own the business on paper, but today, brother, I still don't do my taxes. Nathan does. I probably can learn how to do it, but but I also created and had to give up my time. I had to give up 48 months of my life. I did 36 months in USP level and was gone. Okay, I've been places people don't. That's why I say people don't. I've been places they don't want to go, and I still got smile on my face. I met murderers, rifers, all kind of people. When I left there, they called me preacher. When I left there, they walked me down to that van, the warden, the assistant warden. I was supposed to go to Oregon with no transfer. But the Bureau of Prisons does what the Bureau of Prison wants to. They can actually lose you in the system. But see, I didn't walk around with a chip on my foot. I said, okay, well, come on, let's get this thing done. I said, surrender. I got on a flight out of SeaTac all the way to KCI, got on a huddle, and self-surrender of the United States Penitentiary Leavenworth. I was there at the same time that Michael Vick was there. I got out before Michael Vick got out, 2 months. There.
I don't know that story, but
Well, Michael Vick basically he had to be made an example. You know, he breeded pit
oh,
bulls
that's right.
for fighting.
He's a quarterback for the Falcons.
Had the most sought after jersey in the league at that time. But you know what? He's gone on to do. Oh, she's realizing that. He went on to come out and mentor to other young men. That was solid. Letting them know that yes, I had acquired all of this fame, and I lost it because of this. Other than that, you know, he didn't do anything, but the government had to make an example of a famous athlete. Now, I'm not saying they necessarily picked on him. I just think it was not very smart on his part, but he came out a better person for it. He played with Philadelphia for a while when he came out. I mean, but he went on and I think he's a sports announcer on some streaming sports channel now, but he still mentors the young men. And, you know, if that is what it took for him to give back that way, because he has credibility because he's already proven what he's capable of. And what he did when he came out, you know, he didn't whine, he didn't complain. He just said, hey, you know, I made some bad choices and I ended up in this situation. And that gave him his credibility from the kid's perspective, because they don't care. He's Michael Vick. Man, I get a chance to, did you sign my, you know what I mean? You know, he's still signing off autographs. But to be mentored by Michael Vick, that's huge. You know, especially in a child of color's life. That's, you know, for any child, but particularly because he's a black man. And, you know, you just hear more about black men going to jail, I think. Because there's a lot more than black men that go to jail, trust me. I can tell you.
I'm here in Bellingham.
Oh, okay. So, you know, well, it's okay. Well, hey, it's all good, brother. I mean, you know, we're some, you know, if you haven't gone through something in life, and I'm not proud of it. I've been to Whatcom County, but I tell you what, give me a year and a day, because I'd rather go to the joint than spend my time up in this place. That's solitary confinement. You might as well call it. That's the shoot. You might as well call it, because you were still locked down most of the time. You know, you can get some books and sit there and smell butt farts and feet cheese or whatever all night long, and people up talking crap on, you know. And the worst thing is somebody think they know what they're talking about. They don't know what they're talking about. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you've been there. You know, yeah, I've been to county, state, and fed in my lifetime, but for a short period of time. But see, God is good. See, He only had me there for a reason. I had a lot of prayer going on, brother. I had all those pastors at Christ the King praying for me. Lighthouse Mission. I didn't want for anything. And they sent me back to a place where I hadn't seen any family and I had no visitors. Everybody else had visitors. They sent me as far away from Washington State as they could. But people still wrote me. People still put money on my books because they know the story. It was on the front page of the Bellingham Herald. Rester Noor and his wife going to prison. What I didn't know is that my wife had a criminal record for this kind of stuff. If you saw her, she was beautiful. I didn't ask her, hey, do you got a criminal record? And I got a bunch of beautiful women that talk to me all the time. And I know they flirt with me because they know I've been single, but that's the reason I've been single. I've been married 3 times, dude. Divorced 3 times. So I had to figure out what's going on with me. It was time to figure out what's going on with me, not them. You know what I mean? You know, because I mean, everybody.
It's a lot of the society's just society environment.
Yeah, exactly. But the point is, even though the environment and the society and where I started out from, where I ended up, where I'm here now, that's a journey. And it's a journey that I got through, a journey that kept me with a heart for people still. Because really, my therapist said, Ernest, you shouldn't like anybody. And you know what, to be totally honest with you, brother, it's still only 2 handful of people that I trust. 2 hands of people that I trust. I got lots of associates, But friendship, I don't hand out friendship just like that. Friendship is to be earned, right? I mean, it's like, totalitarians or whatever you want to call them. I call this place Tellingham. I called it Tellingham in 1987 because there's people running around here running their mouth about everybody else's business but their own. That's why I call it Tellingham. In the joint, if this happens in the joint, I saw many people hanging. I saw many people get hung. I saw many people that didn't wake up the next day because they didn't go to the shoot. Because by the time you get there, those guards will set you out, especially those good old Kansas boys, Sunflower States. Most of them work at the penitentiary. They brought a black warden and a black assistant warden into the penitentiary. They had black men like me sitting up at 2 o'clock in the morning, and I'm saying, what the hell are they sitting out there at the picnic bench at 200? They're taking notes. I personally saw half of the staff get told this: resign, no retirement. If you don't do it, you're going to be in one of these cells. I saw them personally walk them out to the gate. How do you think all the drugs get in there, people? They put money in these people's bank accounts outside of the joint. They're guards. They can bring in whatever they want to. They don't check their bag. I'm serious. That's how all the drugs got in there. And it's all these lifers that I met. Like, what's going on, man? They tell me their story, I said, listen to them. Man, I'm gonna pray for you, because I know God loves you, regardless. And they looked at me and laughed and said, preacher, go stand in the corner. He called me preacher, go stand in the corner. I said, go stand in the corner? What the hell are you talking about? Go stand in the corner. You're a short timer, man. You're gonna be out of here. I'm a lifer. My jaw dropped, dude. I've never met such humble men in my entire life that have come to the realization that they're not going to come out of this place until they're in a pine box. Those are solid men to me, and they got money. A lot of those Cubans have money, and that's what they do. They just, hey, and what was the money in the joint? The forever stamp. In any joint, the forever stamp. As long as they didn't take it off of the actual envelope and try to wipe off of the ink that gets you gotta be careful of that, because I will buy straight from the commissary. I don't want anybody selling me any stamp. No, I don't want your stamp, because you can see it. You can't wash that all off, right? I tell you, even in there, dude, I mean, it's like, they talk about corruption. Oh my goodness, the taxpayers don't have a clue. These people, oh my goodness. I just shake my head because I've been there. I said, these taxpayers have no idea what these people, they got dude, the aluminum, all that stuff, the trial size they sell for the big bottle price, the Nikes or the $25 Nikes, they're selling them for 70, 80. And all you guys got 10 pair. Who are you trying to impress up in here? Exactly, I laugh like that. But my brother such as myself, I had parachute boots. I had the heels spit shine and the toes spit shine, and my khakis were always pressed. And how did I get it done? The forever stamp. And who did it? Skinheads. I got to know one of the skinheads on the tear, and I watched it, and he watched me. And one day I walked up to him because I know that, he was pressing all these people's khakis for visits. It's like a lotto. Not everybody gets to see their visit. You can imagine if you spend all this time shining your boots, getting your khakis pressed to go in anticipation of a visit and you don't get one. You want to deal with the frame of mind that person has going back to the tier. And all it takes is one person to screw it up and they lock down the whole joint. Feds don't mess around. You're in the yard and they tell you to hit that ground, you don't hit that ground, and the next bullet's going in you. They don't mess around. But at the same time, there's a lot of, say, black market stuff going on in there. But that's anywhere you go. But you don't never know that until you find yourself in a situation like that. But I don't encourage people to go to that depth. Just listen to those that are coming back to the world that didn't murder someone, that they are going to have to release. That's why me and Irene Morgan are good friends. You know, she works with law enforcement and the prosecutor's office. It's called the Restorative Community Coalition. What does that mean? Recidivism, trying to curb that repeat offender going back to the same scenario by providing them an agency that will work with them with free bus passes, point them to places to get a meal, help them to get back into the job market, that type of stuff, therapy and all that type of stuff. So we have that in our community on top of everything else.
Don't you see those kind of things as kind of mothering the person though, when actually they really need the father side of things?
And they do have that for you.
You do?
They have both sides. Okay, they have a good cop, bad cop type situation. You're held responsible. You're held accountable. They work with your probation officer. They make sure you get there to see them on time so that you don't get violated. So this is what they do behind the scenes. So most people would think that, but if we can help a few, that's huge. Than not doing anything. Okay, because if you want to say you have this Opportunity Council Rainbow Coalition, but people, we only have less than 250,000 people in our whole county. We have over 100 churches. We have all this helping organization getting all this state money, federal money, county money. Okay, that's one of the reasons that you guys had a windfall this past 3 years, because you guys have created a surplus so large that you were able to hire more drivers. Okay.
Can't hire enough, actually.
Can't hire, that's what we see, that's what I'm saying. You can't hire enough for various reasons, probably, right? You know, one's got to have a clean UA for one, have a good driving record.
They're just not applying.
They're just not applying.
It was like,
They're not applying, huh?
yeah.
Wow.
When I got on, there was 250 applicants and there's 5 of us that got the job.
Oh, wow.
Now it's like 30 some applying, and then, you know, like 18 of them are
Being hired.
lined up to be hired.
Yeah, I see that. I see a lot of new faces in training and stuff on the bus
Yeah, they're
line
trying
now.
to get anybody to do it.
Yeah, wow. But I mean, you know, it's a good gig up here. I mean,
Yeah,
I
it's
can't
probably
even,
one of the best bus.
I mean, my
places.
goodness. I mean, you know, I tell people all the time, this is one of the best bus systems, you know, and they're growing more in the county, but you know, for the most part, everywhere I need to go, I can get a bus there pretty much. Just depends on, you know, if it's Blaine or something like that, maybe a longer wait or something like that. And I might consider driving my car in that type of situation, right?
There's 13 runs in the lane.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's a lot of runs.
That's a lot of runs now, you know, but you know, 10 years ago, they didn't have that many.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I've seen this system, man, and you know, you guys are all a part of the same union. But boy, I sure know that you guys you're glad that you're not working for a Seattle bus system. Oh my goodness, I can't even believe that. A King County cop cannot take somebody off the bus that's smoking, what the hell is that they call it? Fentanyl? Is that what it's called? I think something like that. I'm saying, wait a minute. You can't go on the bus, this person's smoking on the bus because it's a good place to smoke this fentanyl. And the bus driver sees this person smoking and he's calling the barn saying, hey, I think I'm under the influence of whatever this guy is smoking. And they tell him, pull the bus over, get off the bus, don't drive it anymore. Just wait till the person leaves the bus. I said, are you kidding me? Good luck with that happening in Bellingham. I mean, but now, they have law enforcement down there till they broke out that window. And then all of a sudden the cops were a deadly job to have. And I know I got some friends that are in law enforcement too. And I mean, you know, they know my situation, but you know, they're still friends of mine. They, you know, you got to do their job, you know, put yourself in a situation and you know, you got to deal with it. It is what it is, right? But man, you know, we are so blessed in this community. Oh my goodness. I mean, our bus drivers are solid people. You know, I get a little anxious at some of these, you know, that want to take off before they see you sit down. You know, I kind of
They help you sit down, right?
you know, I went right to North Star and I said, dude, I've been running these buses for 5 years. I might not look like a senior citizen, but I'm carrying my bag and I got another bag in my hand, and like this guy, and no, it's a woman, because she's late. I know she's late. That's what the problem is, because you can tell they're late as soon as they get up there, they get off the bus. You know,
They're not giving us enough time sometimes.
is that what it is? So when they told me that, I said okay, because I'm not one to whine, because I think our bus system and our drivers are awesome, personally, most of them. This guy, he was young and he was new. And I could tell because I'd never seen him before. I've been riding that bus for 5 years, so I know just about every driver on there, right? And I looked at him. And he had this mask on that kind of had like this green teeth and whatever, look at this guy, I'm like, okay. So this guy's got some other issues other than being a bus driver. Okay, Ernest. Don't say that.
If you're riding the people's route, is what we call it, the 232 and the 331, there's just not enough time in any of it. And we just.
And I realize that I usually try to make it to my seat really fast because I know they're watching, waiting for me.
Well, I mean, the thing is it's already known that that's the route that we have the most issues. So we're already kind of crass to begin with. You know what I mean?
Okay, I understand what you're saying. Well, I do get the driver's love because, I think we have great drivers. It's very seldom do I ever say anything, but this guy was like, I just want to make sure because, and it's the same thing with the, I know they have a handicap porta potty. Before all this happened, I talked to North Star. I said, I mean, do you realize that a lot of people come to North Star because they go to the church? Have you ever been handicapped in a wheelchair and have to go to the bathroom? Do you think that person's going to have enough time to get to the bathroom being in a wheelchair? I just was my thought process at the time.
We do have the parrot service too, though.
Yeah, that's right. I guess,
We'll take you right to the Christ the King.
Yeah, that's what I know, and they've done that many times. Yeah, so you're right. But see, I don't use it. I guess I could, but I don't have any disabilities, so why would I take up, paratransit? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's really expensive for us.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It just
I
makes
think
me.
when I first started, they told us like how much the rides cost on average. I think it's like $30-some for each ride, and then the fixed route was like $6. So
Okay, yeah, it's a lot more expensive, yeah.
in Linden up north, we've been running a hop service since last summer,
Oh, okay.
and that's just some van that I think is a lot cheaper to run,
Okay.
and it's actually people are loving that.
Oh.
They're not riding the bus. They're actually they're calling up and getting hop rides, and it's from your destination to where you want to go. It's not,
wow.
you don't have to worry about a bus stop.
Wow, that's pretty cool. Might be a way of saving some money, huh?
It may expand this next markup.
Let me ask you this: do you know if the bus station has any buses, have any what they call auctions coming up? I got a nonprofit school that needs a bus. Or it could be one of those kind of buses.
Well, what we do usually is we'll do it with another organization. We get used buses, we get new buses, and they get used buses from us.
Would they, do you think, maybe consider donating one for nonprofit for high school? I guess I should call dude. I got his card. What is his name? He's the director or something. Tall guy with the walkie-talkie. What's his name? I used to work with Chuck a lot before Chuck retired. Chuck, he's a solid dude, man. I'm telling you. I remember one time they missed a connection for me. I said, dude, I missed my bus going up to the top of U Street Hill. Don't worry about it. He said, don't worry about it, Ernest. I got you. Come on, hop in this van with me. He drove me right to my house. I always remembered him doing that. He's a solid dude.
He did my interview.
Did he? Oh yeah, he's a solid dude.
Well, we had multiple stages, but the first 5-minute interview that I had was with him.
Yeah, he's a solid dude.
And then he retired.
Yeah, he's a solid dude. I really enjoyed Chuck. He was there for a little while.
What's funny is like I only talked to him for like 5 minutes, and at the end, like I have my own friends and my own church that I go to. We shake hands, we lean in, we give each other a hug. I almost did that to him.
Well, he's that kind of person that you would want to do that because he's a solid dude. He's well balanced. It didn't seem ever to me to ever be stressed. He might have stressed, but I just never encountered him stressing. He was always a professional and really good at his job. So, and that's it, being a people person. You know, if you're in that industry, I mean, at the same time, you know, people have to follow the rules. And I do see those occurrences where, you know, it's got to be, they must be on drugs because I mean, the sign right there says, make sure you have the mask on before the door opens.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty, I mean, there's a lot of people who don't even like the mask, but that's a pretty good telltale sign that you could possibly have trouble with them later. So I'm just like, hey, do you have a mask? Can you put it on first? Come on. I'm pretty firm at the door.
Yeah, you have to. That's where you got the control before they get on the bus.
Well, it lets them know that.
Yeah, let them know that somebody's here and there's authority here, and you have to have a mask on public transportation until April the 18th, I guess.
So yeah, that's the date we're shooting for.
That's well, exactly. That's the date you should. But you know what? It just seems like to me when you're dealing, it's so hard to tell now. You know, it's like you have a mixture of all kinds of people riding the bus, right? And there's some people that get on the bus, they're coughing and hacking and stuff like that. Like, I don't know, they probably should have a mask on, you know, regardless, you know, if they're hacking and, you know, I mean, because
Like
it's,
even after the 18th.
well, you know, we don't know if they've been vaccinated, right? I've been vaccinated. I'm going to probably get the 4th booster shot. I mean, what the hell? I mean, it's no big deal. I have my pen, you know. I mean, I wear my Bitcoin pen sometimes, that pen. I always have my gator somewhere here. It's in my office probably, you know, and just in case, especially because I know I ride the bus, so I need it for the bus, right? And then, you know, depending on where I'm at and who I'm talking to, I might put it up.
Oh, this? Oh,
Yeah,
this?
gator. Yeah, it's a gator.
I was wearing these before they even.
We're
Got
popular.
stylish.
That's what I wear, gator, yeah, gator. Because you know, they put over your head, you know, you put your toque on, you know, it can keep your ears warm at the same time. You
Yeah,
know,
I
that type of
started
thing.
wearing them in the military. So.
Yeah, see, so you know what I'm saying. I mean, so it's you're used to having one. So, and I mean, you know, I mean, these days in time in public transportation overall, people just never thought about that before. And you know, if you think about some of these crazy people out here, and you talk about biochemicals warfare and stuff like that, you know, I mean, I don't think a gator would save you in that particular situation. But that's what it is. People getting it all up in your face. And I mean, kids, I said, you know, kids are natural spreaders. People, have you ever seen them play at the mall? They wipe their nose and touch everything. I mean, that's not, I mean, that's not do. You should have been doing that because kids are germ spreaders. You just got to know that. Tell the kid. But these kids are pretty smart now because they know now what a mask is. Just sit with the mask on. And, you know, I mean, kids are sponges. That's why we have, over our children, we have control. If you're broken and your wife is broken, then the apple didn't fall too far from the tree. I tell people, when you get upset with your kids, remember, you're a big kid now, but you used to be a kid too, right? And guess what? That kid's part of you and part of the other. So, you know, they might have some tendencies, and you should be able to recognize them because you should be familiar with them because it's you. You know what I'm saying? My daughter, oh my goodness, what a conversation when I talk to my daughters now because they're in their 40s, right? My daughter, I'm 40 now, Dad, I'm 40 now, so you're still my baby. But it's really intriguing to sit and listen to them talk now and hear how much they are like you know, and you know how they've figured out how much they are like you. And I think that's,
And once they do that, then you can prep them a little bit for what's coming.
yeah, you see what I'm saying, you know, but you can't do it if you're, you know, abusive to them, you know. I listen to my mom a lot. She beat the crap out of me. It was that last ass whooping. She hit me with that dinette chair, something like this, on my back. Oh my goodness.
She's swinging dinette chairs around?
Dude, my mom didn't mess around, dude. That's why I look at these kids nowadays. I said, boy, because I still look around to see if I'm gonna see my mom pop up out of the grave or something. Because, oh no, not my mom. My mom would look at us when we were in public. She would look at us, and I knew because I was the first. You subs get your ass whooped at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning when she gets home from working at the bar. That was 3-4 days ago. She told you had an ass whooping coming. That's the worst ass whooping to get when you're not prepared for it. We tried to, but my mom was smart. We tried everything. Put on 2 pair of pants, 3/4 shirt. My mom used to whoop us with Hot Wheel tracks, extension cords, dude. There was days I couldn't even go to work. I mean, go to school. And these kids, And I came to Washington State, they said CPS. I said, CPS, what is that? Child Protective Service. I started laughing. I said, what? I said, where was the Child Protective Services when I was a child? My mom said, here's the phone. Call them. I crapped you out, I'll take you out. I didn't talk to my mom until I was 32 years old after I left 16. I didn't talk to her on the phone. Then when I talked to her, I was saying what I felt and how I was feeling and how I felt about how she treated me. And she never said anything. I said, oh my goodness. I'm looking at the phone.
Is this working?
Is it working? Is she going to come out of the phone on me? What? She listened to me. After all those years, she listened to me. I was floored. I said, okay. And the next time I saw her, I flew her out here for my 3rd wedding. She never flew in her entire life. You couldn't get her to get on a plane. But she got on that plane. I paid for that ticket, and she got on that plane. Then I had to deal with, what does she look like now after all these years? My memory of her, she was a stout woman. Oh my goodness, she was a force to be reckoned with. So all of this was processing through my mind as I'm waiting for her to get off this plane. In a wheelchair, no doubt. They rolled her up to me. And immediately, I had so much emotion. I never cried because to shun her, I wouldn't cry. I don't care how hard she beats me. I'm not going to cry. That's not good for you. It created a lot of problems with me growing up because that was part of the problem. When you get hurt, even as men, we're macho, you still gotta cry. You still gotta cry. You can't heal until you do. That's what I learned. Being tough ass ain't always good for you. You know what I mean? Because it was a part of me that was better than being a tough ass. That was a communicator. That was a person that cared about an individual, that could speak on the same level as that individual. You know what I mean? Yeah. My mom was no joke. And I got out of there. I said, there's no way I'm going to stay here because I'm not going to be hit with no more times. And I can't guarantee that I won't. And, you don't want to be hitting no woman, especially your mom. So I was out and I never turned back. Yeah. So, we all have those journeys, brother. I appreciate this town. It's been good to me. It saved my life. Canada actually saved my life. But coming here allowed me to accomplish things that I never thought that I would ever be able to accomplish in those circumstances that I was in at the time. When I came here, I've been a business owner 3 times, still a business owner 4th, 5th, 6th time. I got 6 different Meta business pages on Facebook. I'm North America Director for Robot Technology. So I have a couple of degrees in computer science, and I understand all of that jargon, programming language, software engineers and stuff like that.
So it is okay. You program or
Yep.
code?
Yep. I've done some programming, but I don't have to now because I got some of the best 150 of the best programmers in the world. So I'm going to be going after my doctorate pretty soon here. My beloved brother had been adopted by the family. He's only 35, but he just got his doctorate degree a year ago. So he's going to put me through that same program to get my doctorate. And so, I found out there's a whole bunch of different types of doctorates, right? You don't have to be necessarily a medical doctor. I have mentored quite a bit for Christ the King. Younger men in their early 20s. I'm going to be mentoring to these 9th and 10th graders at Wacom Intergenerational High School, right next door to the men's warehouse.
started September of last year. So we're coming up on our first year, finishing up. And, yep, just recently become a board member, also taking over the MSP, managed service provider, for all their IT stuff, revamping the current website they have to make it more dynamic so we can create an application for it. Yeah. What is this gift to you when meeting you at the airport? Oh, that's so sweet. Yeah, and I got a fiance of 5 years, 6 years now with this COVID. Yeah, from Vietnam. And she's a beautiful young lady. And yeah, she's an ex-Vietnam model. She's had her own cosmetology shop for 20 plus years since she was 18. She's 40. So my daughter's 40. But she's a good woman. She's honest. She's a hard worker, you know, and I met her 6 years ago and we've been good friends ever since. I started marketing for her, and that's how, and then she decided she was going to learn English so that she could get sweet on Ernest. And she's nonstop sweet on Ernest. I've never had that happen to me in my life. So, you know, so, hey, you know, I mean, she's a good woman, hardworking woman. And she's probably going to end up here in the United States here in the next 6 months to a year. So open a shop here for her. You know, my friend next door, Frida, very good friend of mine. I've known Frida ever since I first met her in my restaurant in 1999. And she has that institute over there. It's a cosmetology, but it's a holistic. So she does holistic, master esthetician, it's makeup, eyelashes, hair. She's from Cameroon, married a European pharmacist, has a daughter by him. They have a home in Massachusetts and a home here. She has this shop here. She has a spa at the mall right at the height of the pandemic. Of course, she's one of the 25 places that are actually closed. In the paper, I think earlier in the week, or was it toward the middle of last week, this Bellis Fair, Bakerview, whatever they are, company, they went default, $77 million default on their loan. So interesting to see what's going to happen with that. That's a lot of money. So, but these malls, they're smart. They own their property. So for whatever reason the mall doesn't work out, all that parking lot can turn into apartments. It's close to an interchange. So, and you're going to see the other side of Bakerview start coming up with new businesses, you know, because it was bound to happen, right? All that new subdivision they built there behind Costco, you know, that bigger on-ramp. You know, this guy here that owns this, Morgan, had a big sign up there for a long time, 750 units. They're going to have some retail location underneath it. But the city and the county was giving them a runaround, so that didn't take off. So we did a smaller version over here in the parking lot. So that's 5 stories, 40 apartments, 8-month leases. So leasing it out just like he does all of the apartments he owns on the south side for the students as well. So, but a studio, it's like $1,400. Easy. It's crazy, dude. And I mean, talking about there's no vacancy rate. I'm always seeing apartments going up. What the hell? You mean there's no vacancy rate? That big old apartment complex across from used to be Jerry Chambers, now Bellingham Chevrolet. All those apartments there. I mean, and they're up by King Mountain. There's a whole bunch more apartments up there. They started with a couple. Now they got 3 or 4 of them up there. You know, widening the pathway. They just put that street all the way through. You guys know that one over on James Street.
I've been up to King Mountain, but I didn't know there was apartments.
Yeah, there's apartments, dude. All those houses are new within the last 10, 15 years. That's right there. If you come across Kellogg to James Street, all of that's been, well, that's been there for about 15, 20 years. But they have some closer to the church, King Mountain Church. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 buildings now. Okay, and if you go further up, as you guys come off of around from Winco, make that left on to, what is that, Telegram, I believe it is?
Not Dina.
Is it Deemer? Yeah, where those new apartments are going in right there? Yeah, by the Home Depot?
Yeah,
Home
it's
base.
Dina.
Yeah, okay, Beamer. Okay, so all of those are new. I mean, you know, it's just, and then on the other side, before you get through all that traffic, you know, they built the foundation for the ones that are going to go up right there. Of course, they put all of that concrete, crushed concrete to build a solid foundation since it's on that hill, kind of like that. But yeah, I just,
Where are the people getting all the money for this?
Seattle. All these people moving up is
They're
what is
moving
it?
out of Seattle.
Up here to Everett and here because it's more affordable, dude. That's what's going on. You know, our Silicon Valley is Seattle. You know, you got Google, you got Amazon, you know, you got all those big Microsoft. I mean, you know, you got some major stuff going on. There's still some Boeing action going on, but I mean, that's where everybody's coming to. Everybody's coming to, and they're finding our diamond in the rough. Okay. And you know, this happened like, you know, what, 20 years, 30 years ago. I remember I first came to Bellingham. I worked for Women and Zuck. I hung half the drywall in Bellis Fair Mall. 15-foot boards. You know, 15-foot drop ceilings. You know what I mean? You know, so I know all that stuff. I came here and I was a worker, and I've always been like that. I never slanged drugs. I just walk up to a construction site and say, hey, you need a laborer. I got to work right away. You know, dishwashing jobs, you know, like I never did that crazy stuff in my, you know, I said, well, you know what, you do whatever you're gonna do, but call me chicken, because I'm not selling no drugs. Nope. And they knew that. Now, I'm not gonna say I didn't party with them, but I wasn't there when they were slinging the money, you know, and I know why they had the money, because they didn't do the product. So they already got sales skills. All these guys that got locked up in there for marijuana, let them out, they got sales skills. They sold that marijuana. They sold that crack cocaine, but can they fly any crack cocaine? Can they fly any cocaine into the United States without the United States knowing it? No. So, you know, and I met a lot of these guys in the joint, the kingpins. They don't spend no time because they got the money. Unless there was murder involved or something like that, then they get life, right? But just the drugs, flying it in their planes and helicopters and boats and stuff like that. Most of those kids that did well, had all the gold chains and the nice Beamers and the Mercedes and stuff, they don't do the product. Because if they did the product, they wouldn't be driving all that stuff, wearing all that stuff. So they got to find what? Soldiers. Intimidate them, you know, and most of them looking for a place to belong. That's why they get involved in gang activity. They don't have a mom and dad at home that's working. You know what I mean? So, you know, they get kicked out or whatever happens. A lot of these kids too, I see them downtown. When I see they're in their early 20s, I'm looking at them like right away, I already know what's going on. You're sitting back here. And by the way, let me tell you, you're the most classy, what do you call it, panhandler I've ever met. He gets a steel chair from somebody down there next to a little cheerful, and he sits back and rocks like this. And I remember I walked by him one time, he said, hey, can you spare some change? And I'm like, can I do what? Spare some change. And I looked at him, I said, dude, I said, how old are you? He said, oh, I'm in my 40s, but I don't do drugs and I don't drink. I said, well, wait a minute, I didn't even ask you all of that. So, are you sure? I said, but I gotta tell you, dude, how's that working out for you? I mean, how can Bellingham walk by you every day? I'm surprised somebody from the newspaper have to take a picture of you yet. You know, one of these times, well, I can take a picture with my phone. I mean, you can't do nothing about it. You know, because dude, you're too comfortable. I said, man, are you making a lot of money out here doing that? I said, because you look pretty darn uncomfortable, dude. Like, am I in the wrong business here? Should I have a seat out here like you, rocking back and forth, asking people for money? How's that working out for you? He got upset with me. Now he don't even say nothing to me. And most of those boys down there that walk up to me, you know, they can bum a cigarette and all this kind of stuff. I'm saying, why are you smoking? They said, well, what do you mean, why am I smoking? If you can't afford to buy a pack of cigarettes, why are you smoking? I said, and last I heard, cigarettes are what? At the res, like 12 bucks a pack? Maybe a little cheaper. But how many packs of cigarettes you say you smoke every day? 2 packs a day. Times 30. That's probably probably be a little bit of some rent money or a car note, wouldn't it? You think you might want to give up smoking some cigarettes? It's not good for you anyway. I mean, Surgeon General says not good for your health. But you out here walking down the street, picking up butts off of the sidewalk. Do you know where the lids have that been on that filter? I mean, it's off the chain and you're breaking out the bicycle joints window. How far you think you're gonna get with a bike once you get in there and there's cameras? You didn't know that, right? I mean, I understand where they're coming from, you know, because the business owners, the people that lease the building to them are not gonna pay for it. The business owner has to pay for it. And if you get a single pane glass repaired, that's stupid. You better get a double pane. Well, I guess you can go with a single pane if you expect it to get broken again. It might be a little cheaper. But you know, they're gonna pay the deductible and all of that stuff, right?
Single pane and some film.
I mean, you know, and it shouldn't be. I mean, and I don't understand. These cops must be eating a whole lot of donuts. Because, dude, there's nobody downtown after 8 o'clock. Most of the stuff down there think it's closed. I don't even think, maybe the world open. I don't know. I mean, but you know, they didn't have students until recently, right? Students just came back maybe a month ago or whatever, right? So all of those type of businesses, you know, like I don't even know how I don't even know how Brian's doing it. If he don't own the, even if he own the building, he's got to pay money. I guess he might have got a PPE loan. I don't know. He's done very well over the years. I know he bought a house, built his house. And he used to own Annie's Caddy Shack down at Fairhaven when he was running that. And then they up on the street portion, he had that as well. And then he had the Main Street bar, but he sold that. He sold Annie's Caddy Shack, and then he bought the underground. 6 months after that guy spent all that money putting that flooring and everything in there, he shut down. So Brian bought that from him. So he's got Todd running the Royal, and I forget the other guy's name, but he runs the underground. So they both work different. Brian, and I had to call him and make sure he's okay. Last time I saw him, he was going into the Bank of America wearing his mask. I was on my way to a client, so I told him to get a hotel. So, you know, being here that long, I know almost everybody, and everybody I know at one point has been to my restaurant. So, you know,
What was your restaurant?
it was called Lucci's Bayshore Pizzeria, right after BJ shut down. And so that was from 1996 to 2002 when the IRS forced me to close it because of them investigating me for taxes and stuff like that. So yeah, 6 years in the restaurant business, full service bar. You know, it was only Lucci's. I think it was called, wasn't called, what was it called? It's called Latitude 47 now, but it was called something else different before that. They got nailed for state taxation. And then the other place, that's Anthony's, that was built. And then the other place, just right there close to the hotel, it was called a different restaurant name at that time. It was only us. And I had a Lions Club that used my bank. They don't even use the upstairs. That's what I don't understand. The previous owners didn't even use the upstairs. I used every square inch of that 7,000 square feet. Sundays, I had brunch. I had a chef up there with chef hat, you know, white coat, and, you know, black and checkered. For brunch, I used every square inch of that. I fed the opposing football teams for Western Washington when they had a football team. Okay. Connected to the yacht club, Bell Marina, I think is what it's called now. And I just don't understand it. I mean, I don't understand how, yeah, they're slammed because they don't use the upstairs. And the kitchen is downstairs. I said, when did they move the kitchen downstairs? I said, boy, they did a lot of room. I mean, I had a to-go window downstairs when you walked up to the front door, but the kitchen was upstairs. And these girls and these guys had to carry these big old metal trays of food. And you know what? Those guys were good. There wasn't that many accidents, but I had the big mirror up there, corner, you know, people communicated very well. And we did really well. I did 1.5 million a year in sales there for 6 years in a row. When they forced me to close in 2002, I still did $980,000 worth of business. And I was only open for lunch and dinner, except for Sunday brunch. I do brunch, but I'm paying this much. And you know what? I was blessed. I had 2 5-year options and the option. But see, I had to work in the kitchen for 2 years as a prep cook. Everybody thought I was the prep cook. And it came the day when Ernest walked up in there with a suit and tie and wingtips on and jaws dropped. I knew that they were, because by that time I knew who I was going to keep and who I wasn't going to keep. So I don't even know they did undercover models back then, but I was actually undercover models. That was the sales agreement. I had to work in that kitchen for 2 years and learn that menu, because that menu is the engine of the kitchen of the restaurant. I had people coming from Canada for halibut and chips. I had people coming on my 4 year in a row, Whatcom County soup ball cook of clam chowder. We had it. It was an Italian restaurant. It wasn't broken, so I didn't need to fix anything. I just added some things that they weren't doing to make more money, and I got to know all of the boaters, all of the guys that go out crabbing and halibut. Those guys came to my restaurant because their boats were parked there, and they ran through the MGD. That's all they wanted. MGD, Pete and all those guys. Victor, MGD. And every time I see him, Chris, you gonna open Lucci's back up? I said, don't hold your breath. I'm not doing that no more. I'm in a different line of business now. Now, if you want to pay me some money to general manage for a few hours a month or whatever, we might be able to talk about that. But once you've been there, you've been there. I work for a hotel in Canada, the Capri Hotel, still there. I ran a nightclub, 500-room hotel, downstairs bar with the mechanical bull upstairs. We were called Tramps, the club. Yeah, there's a few tramps up in there. But anyway, you know what I mean? But that was disco nightclub era, So, I've been in all of this stuff, dude. I have quite the story, quite the journey, and still here, man. Still here. I know there's a God. God had a purpose for me, and he finally woke me up to what it was. I'm a servant leader, a connector, and I share information. And I share vetted information. People don't come to me and say, well, Ernest, you told me to do this. My partners now, they've been in several opportunities since USI Tech. I started with one package, and I got a big pay card. I still have it, and I couldn't believe it. I was probably, my team was huge. I was making I couldn't even believe I was making that much money a week. I was probably making like $1,000 a week, just from one package. And I tell people all the time, guess what? Closed mouths don't get fed. It's the truth. You don't open up your mouth with something positive, you don't get fed. But you get on social media and say, oh, here's my plate. I went to Jack's brand new barbecue joint over there at the old bus depot, and here's my plate. I said, okay, well, I might have to go and check it out, because, I went to Speakeasy's barbecue when they were here. He was a brother over where the Jim's breakfast joint is. He was there. He swore he had the best. I had it a couple times. It was better than anything in Bellingham. But brother, this the people that make the best barbecue live in Texas. Straight up, that's where you get down the Mississippi River. You want some good barbecue? If you ever go to Kansas City, Missouri, Ali Gates and Sons has multiple locations. He was featured on what's her name, Martha Stewart, before she went to jail for having insider trading stuff, right? They gave her a whole wing. They didn't give me no wing, but anyway. But you know what? The girl that was her Ruby, she took care of her when she got out. So, look what Martha does with Snoop Dogg. Now, who would think that Snoop Dogg and Martha have anything in common? But they like to cook. Snoop Dogg likes to cook. And they did that show, and that show is hilarious. I mean, they be cooking up some good food like Martha always does, but Martha's up there, she would, having meals with some of the top hip hop artists, because he invites them to the show. And they try to do a little meal that they supposedly have a specialty or whatever. It's funny, but it's cool. I mean, you know, they're making money. You know, Martha, I got a lot of respect for Martha. Martha, you know, she's a convicted felon, but a rich convicted. Because you know what? She still had all of her business skills. She already had investments, right? So she did her little stinch, and when she got out, that's the only black mark against her. But in 10 years, has it been 10 years? I think it's been almost 10 years for Martha. She can go get her sentence commuted, and she's got the money and have that expunged after 10 years. Yeah. You know, and see, this is what they don't tell you when you get in trouble. They don't tell you how to get all that expunged. They don't want you because they want you to repeat. That keeps the cycle of money on that side of the fence running. That's where you got privatization in jails. You know, judges getting kickbacks for putting 16-year-olds in jail as adults. That's money. But most taxpayers don't think about that. They just say, well, you got in trouble, you deserved it. Perhaps, maybe, but do you know what's going on inside the fences here?
Yeah, who else deserves it?
You know what I'm saying? Nobody else. Well, you don't want that outcome, of course, right? You know, but some people deserve it. They took somebody's life, and they deserve to be locked up. Unfortunately, that's what society says. God will forgive you, but it doesn't mean everybody else will. He will. He's faithful. And you know, these people are angry. You took a loved one. I understand it. It's not an easy thing to happen, but as a believer, he forgave you, and you're not willing to forgive someone else that he possibly also forgave. So, you know, it's just, I tell people, don't get it twisted. There's religion and religiosity. To me, Christ, I'm a Christ follower. It's a heart issue, people. It means that each and every day that he blesses me to be 98.6 and breathing, he continues to remind me who I am and who I belong to. And if I don't act the way that he expects me to act as a child of God, then I'm falling short. So I need to work on that. So I respect everybody else's journey. Only a few people, now yourself, know my story. You know, because there's nothing to hide. I mean, I came back to Bellingham. I don't have anything to hide. People ride by me all the time. Ernest, I saw you downtown. I blowed at you. I said, you did? I said, I probably don't know what you drive. Oh, I guess I didn't think about that. But they see me out here greeting at the church 5 years in a row, right? You know, I'm involved in all these different things because I felt it was necessary to make me a more rounded individual and understanding different scenarios. That's why it's familiar to me. When I walk into that school, I feel what those kids are feeling. Because I was a kid in that same situation, going through what some of them, that was the only meal I got a day sometimes. You know, school. If I wasn't too beat up, I could go to school the next day, but sometimes I had to stay home, wash my clothes so my brother could wear my clothes, you know, because we, you know, that's what we did. We had to do that. And yeah, a lot of people I know had to do that. And a lot of those people were broken, right? Their families were broken. But in that brokenness, we still wanted out. And those who really wanted out just got out. Like me, I don't need nobody's permission. I'm out of here. I don't know where I'm going, but hey, I'm out of here. So I got on a Greyhound bus. My brother wanted me to take him. I said, Robert, I can't. Robert, I've been taking care of you guys all my life. I had $100 I gave him 50. I said, I love you, brother, but I can't take you with me. That's just too much for me to have to be responsible for him too. You know what I mean? When I'm trying to find my way. So it was a decision I made. And thus, you know, I don't have a good track record with closeness to my siblings because some of my brothers, they couldn't live in my house. They couldn't even come to my house, to be honest with you, especially because I have women around in my house. Yeah, you're my brother, but I know how you are. And I'm not going to expose my family to this. I'm sorry. You know, I mean, if that doesn't make sense to you, I love you. if I can help you in some other way, but, you know, if you ain't trying to get back on your feet, I'm not trying to give you an avenue to go and rob the town and do the crazy stuff that got you in prison. I mean, my brothers, they finished school and college and everything in the joint. They went at 16. But the stuff that they did, they had to. So they're all mad at me. Who family? Who family? Yeah, we're family. But it's my responsibility to take care of my immediate family. And I'm gonna do that. And if you're upset with me for that, well, sorry. You know, I'm really happy to be out of that life. You know, I'm glad that I was given the strength to just do it. And that come from above. And, you know, I mean, that's the only thing that drove me to do it. Like, you don't have to stay here. You know what I'm saying? Well, who's going to take care of me? How come I don't have a mommy and daddy? Why come I can't focus on just football and basketball and go to college? And not have to get beat up on by the kids at school that make fun of me because I don't have the clothes that they had to wear. You know, I mean, people don't understand that unless they go on through it. You know, you can read a book, yeah, well, you know, hope that works out for you. I mean, it gives you a knowledge base, but it's nothing like going through it. I don't wish that on anybody. I really don't. You know, and these kids, when I sense that this is what they're going through, I just want to be a positive voice in their life that they can understand. I understand exactly what you're going through. And I don't have to get into the details. I just want you to know, trust me, I understand what you're going through. But here, in this place, this is a safe place for you. Whatever's shared here stays here to a certain extent, unless there's abuse occurring or something like that, right? Then we have to, we're connected. We have the CPS, and you know, we do have agencies that will come in and address those issues, CPS and so forth and so on. We're not trying to destroy people's families, you know, but we are trying to restore some normalcy to their children's lives. You know what I mean? And if we can do that while they're working on whatever they're working on, and take that burden off of their parent or parents that are stressing about the other stuff, you know, just surviving. We can all do really well in this community. We should be doing better because we are over-resourced for these types of opportunities, in my opinion, okay? And when I say that, with 250,000 people, okay? I mean, the ones that don't want help, they don't want the help. That's why they want to stay off of the radar, because they've got their disability check. You know, they get that check once a month. They go out there and they get a hotel room, maybe several of them or whatever, and they live like kings and queens for 3 days. And then it's back to bumming cigarettes and, you know, I mean, don't you want more in life than this? I mean, you know, some of them do, but they just don't feel like they can attain it, or it's not attainable for them. Self-talk, mindset. I tell people, there's broke and there's poor. Broke, you can do something about if you're willing to be disciplined and do what's necessary to be unbroke. But poor, that's a mindset. That's what you're seeing here. You're seeing it on a larger scale in other cities. More money, more problems, more people in the situation, more issues. When you walk down First Avenue, Second Avenue, Third Avenue, Fourth Avenue, and this is what's running around, people need their fix and they will shoot you now for it. You know what I mean? Rob you. Wrong place at the wrong time. You know what I mean? You're a mark. And they know a mark when they see one. You know, that's why you're seeing what you're seeing. Policing is an issue. Mobile precincts is necessary for this greater Seattle area. I think they need to do more of that. you know, in these problem areas, and they need to stay there. Because as soon as you move, it's gonna come back.
Mhm.
So either policing needs to change, more cameras down there or whatever. I don't know what the situation is, but you know, our law enforcement, they don't show up unless there's a major problem, and they've seen it on their laptops and their vehicles. This is the modern day policing. Okay.
Well, they don't wanna be on camera enforcing something and making it look bad.
Unfortunate. But we're blessed in our city, dude. 8 o'clock is dead as a doorknob downtown. Seriously, it is. I remember when I remember Gus and Nats and Up and Up ain't there anymore. Peggy and Ian used to run Up and Up. Ian's, I don't know if Ian's still a cook at Western or not, but they owned the Up and Up for a long time, but they sold it obviously before the pandemic or after, because it's a restaurant now. Used to be pool tables in there. You know, I used to love to go in there because I love to play pool. Haven't played pool since I finally got my divorce after 17 years. It took me 17 years to get a divorce, dude. Everybody played games. Nobody wanted to give me any information. And I kept going to that court commissioner and I said, sir, and he said, I know, Mr. Roberts, but we got to make sure that we dot every I, cross every T. You have to serve her. You know what happened? Her mom took service for me and gave me my freedom. Because she already knew. A lot of it was guilt on her part. Because, you know, I shouldn't have been screwed around. My son was 1 year old. I haven't seen him. That's my youngest. I haven't seen him for 21 years. All these games. You know, and I help people that are in law enforcement in Honolulu. You know, she's a detective. And I called her up and she said, Ernest, I love you so much. Thank you for helping me with my dad when he had a stroke. I thank you for helping me with my mom when she had a stroke, but I can't get involved. So, but I tell people, when I walk around with a smile on my face, it used to be so you didn't see me crying. But with all of these people I've added to my life and that have helped me, I didn't think I needed anybody but me. And then I had a talk with Grant. And then when I went to the joint, the Spirit spoke to me on 2 levels, King James Version of the Bible. Because if you didn't read the King James Version of the Bible, you know, I know the NIV has over 66,000 scriptures missing from it. But I think that's the problem with Christianity. People are so involved in the head knowledge of what they know more than someone else. They're missing the mark. It's not even got nothing to do with all of that. That's hypocrisy. That was what went on when Christ first came to the world. That was the Pharisees and the Sadducees. That's what they were doing. When they realized what they had actually done, it was a little bit too late, but it wasn't too late because it had to happen. It was written, the Old Testament.
It goes all the way back to Eve.
Yeah. So
She was looking for knowledge.
see what I'm saying? So, you know, it's like, and so this is why I just smile, because everybody has their own personal journey in their faith. But I just try to tell them when they come to me with that religiosity and that religion, I don't have time for that, people. You ain't beyond this now. I think you need to read your Bible some more and pray some more. Okay? Because it's not about what they're talking about in the Old Testament. This had to happen in order for Christ to be. Okay? But now that he's come, okay, he's been an example for us. He's been tempted. They asked me to do my wilderness story at Christ the King. I said, sure, I'll do my wilderness story. So I got in that chair, that lazy boy with that black and white background, with that subtle light on me. And I said, you know, this is my wilderness story. I'm still in the wilderness. Aren't you? You know what I'm saying? Because I am. I'm still in the wilderness, still learning. Right? And I think we're always in the wilderness until he calls us home, depending on how rapidly we learn from the lesson in the wilderness. But I know that the only reason I'm here is because of him. I've been shot, I've been stabbed, almost burned up in a house fire. You know, I know that the Lord has a purpose for me, and I now know what that purpose is. So I'm at peace because I know who I am and who he created me to be. And this is what I focus on each and every day.
So, have you signed any movie deals?
Not yet. I probably
Let's make an
could.
NFT or something.
I know, exactly. You know what I'm saying? I got lots of lady friends that, Ernest, you should, and I did. I started just writing a lot of my thoughts down in a notebook.
Yeah, that's great. My grandma's grandfather wrote his life story,
You
and,
know,
and I've got that. So
there you go. Okay? It gives you an understanding of what he was processing at the time.
yeah,
You know, and you know, I tell people all the time, you can write a best writer. All you have to do is just write the book. And there's ghostwriters out there that will write for you, and you can pay $2,000 and get bestsellers put on your label.
Yeah.
That's how they do it. You know, everybody has a memoir. Everybody truly has a story that they want to share. And I think those of us that know Christ, it is our testimony. And when I went to church when I was a kid, my mom, if she didn't do a whole lot of things right, she got us to church every Sunday. We were in church all day. I mean, oh my goodness, people, you ought to be glad they let you out in a half an hour. Because I'm gonna tell you, by the time everybody told their testimony, then church starts. You know what I'm saying? Seriously, the choirs, man. I remember all of the choirs coming from all over the region, and I mean, they bought that stone with them, man. They bought that energy and that love of Christ. And I mean, we got fed at least 2 times while we were there. You know, Bible study. You know, I remember all that stuff. I remember everything. I remember the ladies coming out in the parking lot talking about Miss Johnson. Like, girl, did you see Miss Johnson and what she was wearing and all this stuff? I'm like, looking at her, listening. Okay. So I said, Mom, I said, do you know Mrs. Johnson was talking about Sister so-and-so and what she was wearing? Oh boy, be quiet, blah, blah, blah. You know, we were kids. Kids wouldn't be seen and not heard. That's my mom's motto. And she said it to me all the time. Boy, kids would be seen and not heard. You ain't supposed to be up in grown people's conversation. Seriously, when grown people came in the house, we had to go to the room. We didn't sit around listening to grown people's conversations. But I used to look back and say, I said, Lord, Miss Johnson just talked about this other lady's hat, and these are Christian women. What's going on here? I started to raise up my eyebrow, like, is this how Christians act? I see why people don't want to be involved in church.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because if we're supposed to be Christians in Big Mama's house, you know what I'm saying? They shouldn't be doing this to each other. What's going on? But you know what, brother? I started to get older, used to get it hitting my 40s, and now when something's going on, just scripture just pops into my heart. And I know what to say at the time. But that's how he works. So I was paying attention, even though I was like a little kid sticking the gum underneath the pew in the back. You know, I'm sure you've been to a few churches that found some gum stuck under the pew. I was one of those kids. But I look back and I'm so grateful for starting to understand it. You know, it's not as confusing to me anymore. I've been there. I've given my heart. I've brought my daughters and my grandkids to the church. And I know that the church still has a lot of work. You know, it's tough. You know, these are taboo things. I've done a few taboo series. I've got the posters from when they put me out in the front of the church. Like, I didn't expect all of that. But anyway, Derek Archer gave me the small one and the big one. I still got the small one on my wall, on my waffle board, and the big one's still rolled up. So if I want to ever unroll it. Because I did. I represented the tough stories that people don't want to talk about. Taboo, you know, all of those things that, you know, was taboo to talk about. But, you know, we have dealt with those challenges. I've heard Grant speak into the young people's minds about what they're wearing, how men are visual. We will always be visual. So, young lady, I've had these conversations with my daughters. I mean, you sure you want to wear that? Because, you know, it's like, I think it's giving the wrong message. And, you know, of course, you know, they get upset, you know. Oh, somebody, the door's still half open the way. Might have been the Lord. Might have been the Lord. when everybody that comes in here has got 24/7. They can come in 24. What's going on, my friend Mike? How you doing, brother?
Did you know about the front door open?
Yeah, I had it open, propped open for my people who were coming from my meeting. It's ending now. Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, so yeah, this is a co-working environment and we have multiple business owners in here and we all have 24/7 access. The doors are always locked, but people come in here 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning. We have a lot of photographers that do editing. We have documentary photographers. Yeah, you too, sir. So yeah, basically, and I just live over here in Cascades. So I go out the back door and I'm at home. You know, I keep my car parked up front here because somebody tried to take my window out. So I park it here. It's safer here going to the back. Let me just run to the bathroom real quick there, brother. Yeah, so yeah, you know we're here every Monday. And yeah, this used to be Charter College back in the day. You remember when it started? Yeah, I helped put all the wiring. Been blowing for the last 2 days. I thought it was only supposed to blow for this morning, but it don't seem to want to stop blowing. Here you go, my friend. I'm gonna give you my business card there. Here you go. Yeah, that's what it was. See that front door? There's a back door that goes in between the building out to the park there, Dairy Queen, Food Co-op, and then Cascade Meadows. And then there's another door, the back door where the loading dock is. Our key opens all 3 of those doors. So it's a wind tunnel. So because the door was cracked in the front, he came in, some wind came in, moved this door because I heard the door move, right? I kind of know all the sounds in here too. That's kind of crazy. But I helped to put all of the land connections in the walls here from Turner College. We came in here and I think it was 2010, I think it was. We were in Tipperary Day over right outside of Target. We had one little suite where people go in there and get drinks. And we came over and did fire and did it here. We took all that. This all needs to be, this was the president of the police office. And this was my office for IT, and it's my office now. Just don't have all the racks and all of the desktops and the monitors. If they were down 15 minutes, I'd pull all that. Yeah, so it's 1,000 feet.